Thursday, February 4th, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And Commissioner Wu.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson will be absent today. Through the chair, Commissioners, I'd like to call Commission matters out of order to take up future agendas. Commissioners, due to the increased volume of applications, your advanced calendar has ballooned through April. The continuance of the Affordable Housing Bonus Program to February 25th, in addition to several large items on other calendars, that continuance impacted your advanced calendar severely. The alternative would be to stay here till midnight or 2 a.m. I don't think any of you want to do that. So I'd like to suggest that we reinstate the March 31st hearing to your 2016 hearing schedule, and then possibly discuss starting your hearings earlier in the day, for example, at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. You could rearrange potentially your agenda order to take up certain items at the beginning of the calendar for commissioners who may not be able to attend, but I'll leave that up to you. So initially, we would like you to make a vote to reinstate March 31st, 2016.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm very much in favor of that. I've had calls from quite a few project sponsors who are concerned about trying to get on the calendar, and I explained to them the calendar is very busy, but I think it is wise for us to reinstate that day, and also, wherever possible, start meetings a little early. You're not going to do a lot on Thursday anyway, so we might as well start at 10 o'clock. And so I would, I don't know if we need a motion. It's just a consensus problem.
There would not be, there would no motion required to start earlier in the day, but it would be, you would need some consensus in order to achieve a quorum to open a hearing.
But I mean, as far as the 31st, does that
The
happen?
31st, we need to vote.
Yeah, I will move to add the 31st.
Thank you. On that motion, then, Commissioners,
Can we comment first,
Oh,
please?
yes.
Sure. Commissioner Hillis.
So, yeah, I'm supportive of adding the extra day and possible future extra days. I do have difficulty, though, with the 10 a.m. start date, because I do go into the office in the morning, and, you know, it just would be impossible to do that and work a half day or a couple hours before coming here on Thursday. So I'm happy to add dates, meet later, but would want to avoid starting earlier.
Commissioner Moore.
We have been put on notice for quite a few weeks that other things will continue to already rather filled calendars. So I believe that even at the beginning of the year, we left it open that we would reinstate the 31st. I am in support of that. However, any earlier starting I do not think is appropriate, and I would rather have a full other meeting scheduled than having to come at 10 o'clock, which does not work for me.
Commissioner Richards.
I also am not in support of an earlier start time. However, maybe I could throw this out a half an hour early so we can actually have lunch and then not take a long break in the afternoon to make the hearing more efficient. Just take a quick break might be a better idea. Start at 11:30 versus 12, but not have lunch.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I think any time we can gain consistent with the restrictions some of the commissioners have would be helpful, I think, because things come up as we will hear about later on our calendar. We will probably have a session that may not be as long as usual today. And also continuances frequently occur, so calendars, even though they seem to be jammed, they can quickly become less busy, but we can't put anything in if items are continued, so calendaring more days is a good idea.
Commissioner Moore.
As some of us work and spend the mornings on other matters, I would like to hear from Mr. Hillis as to whether or not 30 minutes would be amenable to you, or would that still be a problem?
So, I mean, I'd rather keep it at noon, but shorten that. I mean, I don't know what, moving to 11:30, I think, just avoids us getting lunch. So I'd move it to 12:30 and not take a break, or keep it at 12 and try to minimize our break in the afternoon.
I appreciate you saying that, because a normal work break when people work in teams is at noon or at 1 together, and one person peeling off earlier is quite difficult. So I would stand in support of what Commissioner Hillis just explained.
Commissioner Wu.
Yeah, I'm supportive. So the 31st seems fine. I would suggest we keep it at noon, but then take a shorter break.
That's fine.
That's good.
So try to eat lunch before coming and then take a short break.
Or set up an IV.
Okay, so Janice, may I suggest this? It sounds like the consensus is to add the 31st, to keep the meetings at noon and not take a long break. And if we could, Commissioners, if maybe in a few weeks this starts to balloon further, we're not gaining on the number of items that we revisit this, and maybe have one meeting that starts earlier so we can kind of catch up.
Yeah. Because it's, we're going to, there's a motion in a second. We're going to we should take public comment on the March 31st edition.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
The only thing I would ask, and this might not be the moment to ask it, is for the President and the Vice President to very carefully work with the Director for a more balanced schedule. Commissioner Richard raised that when he came onto the Commission early on, because he noticed an imbalance of how things are grouped, etc. And there is a reason for grouping, but then there is a reason for not grouping, particularly when it tilts the scale to the extent that we sometimes leave at 4:30 or 5, and then we leave at midnight. So if there is any way, and I know what you're saying, we can't predict the extent of public comment, but we have, I think, enough historical experience to be able to kind of guess of where we're expecting lots of people. So an attempt should be made to better balance our calendars.
Commissioner Richards.
I think I completely agree with Commissioner Moore. I think maybe we could be a little bit more attuned and fine-tuning the way we balance things as well. Part of the public process of public comment, I hate to keep cutting public comment down and down and down when people come and sit here for hours and they get a minute or even 2 minutes. So I'd rather have additional meetings and leave more time for public comment, because I actually learned quite a bit during public comment.
Okay, speaking of which, is there any public comment on the edition of March 31st meeting? Not seeing any public comment is closed.
Thank you. On that motion, then, Commissioners, to add March 31st to your hearing schedule, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places us under your consent calendar, your continuance calendar. Item 1 for case number 2015-013891 DRM at 100 Sickles Avenue is proposed for continuance to April 28, 2016. And item 2 for case number 2002.0695D at 55 through 65 Hilaritas Avenue has been withdrawn. Now, Commissioners, you may have noticed that there was a lot of decorations associated with the Super Bowl downstairs in the main atrium. There is an event that is being held today, and as much as I put in a request about a month ago to find out if there would be any disruption associated with the Super Bowl to our hearings, on Monday we received a call requesting that our hearing conclude at or around 5 p.m. today. This is not a hard stop. If you choose to, we can go beyond 5 p.m. There will simply be heightened security, limited mobility throughout the building due to the Super Bowl event. In coordination with the officers, I will recommend that we continue items 12A and B for case numbers 2014.0519 CUA and VAR at 2100 Market Street, conditional use and variance, 1 week to February 11th. Item 15th item 15, case number 2013.1213 CUA at 313 through 323 Cumberland Street, a conditional use authorization to the reinstated hearing date of March 31st, 2016. And your two items under the discretionary review calendar, items 16 and 17 for case numbers 2014.1096 DRP at 17 Temple Street discretionary review, and item 17 for case number 2015-003411 DRP at 21 Rosemont Place discretionary review. It is my understanding for 1 week to February 11th. It is my understanding that both of those DRs may be withdrawn, so it shouldn't pose them too much difficulty. Further, for your consideration, Commissioners, the project sponsor at 2100 Market Street has his team here and is willing to wait to see if we can get through his items prior to 5 p.m. So I'll just leave that for your consideration.
Okay, so is your recommendation in that situation to potentially propose continuance of items
1, 2, 15, 16, and 17 to the dates proposed, act on those now, and then take up 2100 Market Street when it's called in its normal course of business on the agenda.
at 3:30, 4 o'clock? Okay. Commissioner Moore.
I just have a very basic question, and it's just adding for clarity. Could you give me like a short overview of why this particular event tonight is different from any other civic event like the openings of the opera, the ballet, or the symphony, which we obviously are observers from the balcony, but we respectfully coexist while those events are happening. They are obviously San Francisco's finest out here, and I don't see the difference. I might not come from a fully informed tradition of 50 years of NFL, but if you could give me one sentence, then I would be more informed to understand what it's all about.
Well, this is obviously the 50th Super Bowl. It's not so much the event itself, but the heightened security around it. I believe there are demonstrations that were scheduled throughout the Super Bowl week. I think the building management, including the city administrator, is just very concerned about safety of the building itself with this sort of high-profile members of NFL ownership participating in this event this afternoon.
Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think Mr. Ionin put it very well. It's an event that has national significance, and there are a possibility of some things that might be disruptive on a national scale, and I think that's what separates it from some of our local events. But I am in favor of what's being proposed. I'm going to move to continue item 1. Item 2 is withdrawn, so it isn't continued. And then items number, the end of the calendar, items 15, 16, and 17 to the following dates. The first item is continued to April 28th. Item 15 is continued to March 31st. Items 16 and 17 to February 11. And then see where we are on the item that's might be heard today.
Very good, Commissioner
Second.
Antonini. Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioner Richards.
Just one question on the process here. So when the 2100 market comes up for discussion or review, if it looks like we don't have enough time, we're just going to make a move, hopefully a move to continue it rather than hear it, and then continue it after that, and only have to reopen it again next week.
Well, when the item is called, if we feel like we can't get through it in a timely fashion,
Okay.
then we can choose at that time to continue it 1 week to February 11th.
Sure. One of the concerns I do have is we may look around the audience now and not see half the people that could show up that
Right.
either support or don't support it that are en route because we're hearing it. So we need to make sure we really understand that.
Right. And just to remind you, Commissioners, this was a request. This is a public building. No one will be prevented from accessing our hearing room as a result of the event that's going
Right.
on. So
Okay.
if we go past 5 p.m.,
Okay.
we go past 5 p.m.
Sure.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just a question, have parties to these items, both neighbors who may oppose and the project sponsors, aware that we may continue it. I just don't want to set up an expectation that the public isn't coming, both because they don't want to deal with a big event here and they anticipate this being continued and we're going to maybe hear it. And I'd rather just be safe on the public comment side and continue it to make sure people are able to comment who may want to comment and not say later they anticipated this being continued or they couldn't get in, there was traffic or a demonstration and access was tough. So
the project sponsor is fully aware of the circumstances and the risk he and his team are taking. And for whatever reason, in speaking with representatives of DT&A, they were not aware of a proposed continuance. So they're actually here and prepared to speak to it.
Commissioner Moore.
It is a little bit confusing because I received a response from the public on Cumberland where there was the presumption that the commission had already continued the item, and that is not the case. We have been asked 2 minutes ago to continue Cumberland. However, the memo came from staff to the applicant on Tuesday the 2nd, and was responded by the applicant, copied to all of us. So there is some knowledge here which is either communicated or not communicated, and I'm in the middle, because if Cumberland applicants pro or con assume that it's not happening, how did they know beforehand? And it puts us in an awkward situation because that is obviously in public record and communication all of us have received.
Commissioners, in consultation again with the officers on Monday, we advised staff that their items may be continued. And I believe at the time, Cumberland, the project sponsors were in support of a continuance and therefore assumed that they would be continued. But we cannot, for a fact, say for certain that the commissioner as a whole will agree with those continuances. And so if you choose to, as a commission, you can still hear Cumberland today.
Commissioner Richards.
While we're deliberating, I do see, I know folks from DuBose Triangle. I used to live there. I do live there. Mr. Honda, can you at least tell us whether or not you feel like you're ready to hear the item because you have your contingent here, as we heard? Can you come to the microphone? Can you come to the microphone, please?
Thank you, Commissioner Richards. Yeah, we have been working on this presentation for about a month in Land Use Committee, assuming that it was going to be heard today.
So you're ready?
We're ready, but
Okay.
we're not necessarily ready at 12. And then we got some last-minute flurry of half communication, nothing to me, although I was the one who wrote the letter that said that there might be a continuance. And we're not at all in favor of a continuance for a week. We were going to propose a continuance for 6 weeks. And so a week we don't think is time to deal with the issues that we discussed at length with Director Ram at our land use meeting on Monday. And I don't think the project sponsor's in favor of a week continuance either. So I feel like we should either have the agenda item and speak and know that that's going to happen, or continue it for 6 weeks and have the opportunity to really discuss the issue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, opening up to public comment. I do have one card. Joelle Keneally.
Good afternoon, President Fong and fellow commissioners. My name is Joelle Keneally, and I am president of the Outer Mission Merchants and Residents Association, speaking to you regarding 100 Sickles and the continuance of a new hearing date of April 28th. It has come to my attention that the official notice of today's hearing was not sent in the fourth required language of Tagalog. This is an issue as we have a large Filipino population in the Outer Mission. Also, we have been informed that the Spanish translation of the hearing notice states, quote, "The attached document is in reference to the property at the following address, 100 Sickles Avenue, God's Green, Compassion. It is a requirement of the Planning Code to send you this notice. There is a possibility that a public hearing may occur to approve a project at this address. Nowhere in the Spanish translation does it state that this matters regarding a proposed cannabis club. Also, the translation states that a possibility of a hearing may occur when, in fact, it is already scheduled for today. The actual wording makes the whole matter sound trivial and inconsequential. The improper notification was brought to my attention by a member of OMRA who is fluent in both Spanish and English. His neighbors, however, only speak Spanish. It is also alarming that the Planning Department is not required to send out new notices to the residents nearby that the hearing has been continued to a new date. Neither has the official notice outside 100 Sickles reflected a new hearing date. As a matter of fact, the official notice that was hung outside of 100 Sickles was destroyed by the recent rains as it was not covered in a protective manner. So at this point, neither residents nor members of the public are aware of today's hearing or that the hearing on this project may be continued. The improper notification is very disturbing considering this hearing regards a proposed fourth medical cannabis dispensary for the Outer Mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Hi.
My name is Lincoln. I took off today. The 100 Sickles. Actually, that's the house next to my parents. I'm currently with my parents. Yes, my parents only read Chinese, all those things. No notice, change, anything. Yes, you see that lady's right. No communication of it. And the things before, even that the owner come in, say want to beautify the district or the house. She parked her Mercedes on the sidewalk 3 times. And there's a female with a baby looking at. All those things, we went to the community meeting. She's like lying. And the things also, I asked, I say, do you know there's 2 parks next to the store? She said, 1 mile. I said, Lincoln Park. And there's a mini Sears Park.
Okay.
Sir, I'm sorry, but right now we're only speaking to the matter of continuance.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the word never coming out from you. No, I just popped out today.
Okay. Thank you. Understand. Is there any additional public comment on this item? Or on the...
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bruce Bowen. I support the continuance of item 15, 313-323 Cumberland to March 31st. I was one of the original DR requesters on this project. We were informed by the planner on Tuesday that the project was definitely going to be delayed, most likely to March 31st. And as you can imagine, it takes a while to organize a considerable group of neighbors to come down to a meeting like this, so we appreciated that heads up and were able to communicate to many that this would not be happening today, and at least if the motion passed. But we had been told definitively by the planner that it was going to be postponed. We touched base with many of them to confirm that March 31st works with their calendars, and it would be a hardship to ask so many neighbors to attend 2 hearings when we were informed that our item wouldn't be heard today. So we support the proposal to continue to the newly scheduled 5th Thursday meeting. We appreciate the fact that when agendas are overscheduled, as today's agenda was, sometimes public speaking time is reduced and cases don't start until far into the night, neither of which is in the public interest, and we very much appreciate your commitment to arrange a 5th meeting and thereby assure full public participation at a reasonable time. I'd like to also add that the Planning Department had previously informed us in writing that it was the Mayor's office that directed the department to schedule this case for today, February 4th, despite the department knowing that the agenda was already too full, and despite the fact that we were already working with the planner on dates later in February or March. So we'd like to commend you for exercising your independent judgment, free from interference, in the rescheduling to March 31st. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on continuance?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tom McElroy with DuBose Triangle Neighborhood Association, speaking in regard to 2100 Market Street. We did put together a short presentation in anticipation of responding to this hearing today. If it is taken up, we'd like to know a specific time when it would be. If not, we, as Eric Honda mentioned earlier, would support a continuance for 6 weeks. We just think 1 week is not enough time to address some of the issues that we have to suss out with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any further public comment on continuance. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
I just one comment on what one public commenter said. I don't want to start a conversation, but apparently it was alleged that the planner indicated that on a residential project, the mayor's office got involved to ask that it be scheduled on a certain date. It sounds strange to me, but I asked Director that, do you have any thoughts on that, any comments?
I don't, and I'm not aware of any such direction, so, I mean, I'll certainly find out, but I'm not aware of that.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there is a motion and a second to continue items 1, 15, 16, 17 to dates proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-0, and I do appreciate your consideration to that. Commissioners, it'll place us back on your agenda under Commission Matters, Item 3, Consideration of Adoption Draft Minutes for January 21st, 2016. Commissioners, unfortunately, the draft minutes were sent to you labeled Draft Notice and Hearing Agenda. So if you do choose to adopt them today, I would only note that correction.
Commissioner Richards.
As I thought it was the draft agenda and tossed it, I didn't, and I actually don't have it here. I'd rather just wait a week and take a look at it and then put it next week for a
Certainly,
adoption.
Commissioners, we can, I apologize for that mislabeling, but we can certainly continue this matter 1 week.
Thanks.
Commissioner Moore.
I did the same in overdrive, just toss these because we already have the real agenda for next week, so I never looked at these things.
Okay. So Commissioner Richards, is that a motion to continue?
Motion to continue till next week.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to continue the draft minutes for January 21st, 2016 to February 11th, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you on Item 4, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Wu.
Thank you. So now that 100 Sickles is on the April date, is there any requirement for the planning department to renotice it? And then the question about which languages it was noticed in, has that been corrected?
I know that we were trying to correct the notice. Technically, with the continuance, you don't need to renotice it, but I will ask staff to look at making sure we get the proper notice out.
Yeah, I would recommend. It sounds like maybe it didn't go out in Tagalog. If it does go out in Tagalog, maybe it needs to go out in all the languages again.
Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I had the good fortune to be able to go both to Super Bowl City and the NFL Zone within the last week, and I think they were extremely well organized, clean, safe, very diverse in all ways, and actually had occasion to dine at one of the restaurants in connection, and it was actually quite reasonable. So very impressed with the way it's been done, and I think those of you who haven't, it's a lot of fun, very interesting things, particularly at the NFL Zone. Find out how footballs are made and other interesting items. So good job as far as I can see.
Commissioner Richards.
I'll try to be brief here because I know we're under a time crunch. Three quick things. First, I'm sure several of you have read the Joe Eskenazi article in San Francisco Magazine or modernluxury.com on he took upon himself to take the 5M projects 40% affordable and run it through the sausage grinder to see exactly in the end what the true, in his opinion, affordability rate was. Interesting enough, I think it's a great exercise. I know the director has hired a consultant to actually come up with a number because we've been asking, like, what did the additional 8% get us truly? But one thing that disturbs me is we here as commissioners sat and heard a project that had 33% affordability, yet his calculations, and I'm not saying they're right or wrong, I don't know, indicates that the project was less than 33%. So even we commissioners were kind of a little bit didn't have quite the full grasp on what the true level of affordability was. He did his calculations based on what would have needed to been given anyways and what was subtracted out, because we had a development agreement. So I ask that anytime we have a development agreement and we have a certain threshold of affordability, that type of exercise is given to us when we're actually looking at the project. So it's just, I think, a really good transparency thing rather than look at it afterwards. But I'd love to see maybe the consultant pick apart Joe's numbers and say they're real or not when he goes through that. Secondly, there was an article in the Chronicle on the 28th, which was last week's hearing, talking about areas being affordable and walkable. Now the world wants to all live close together and be able to walk to everything, especially the millennial and the post-millennial generation. But it says only 14% of the country's neighborhoods actually manage to be both affordable and walkable, and only 2 places in the U.S. actually have those: Washington, D.C. and Seattle. A third of millennials commute to work or school by foot, compared with 13% for the baby boom generation. So we're truly seeing shifts in behavior patterns among generations, and it's really impacting where people want to live, and I don't think we're able to adapt as quick enough as we need to take into account that change. Lastly, I hear Commissioner Antonini say all the time the mission used to be Irish and Italian, and it's now Hispanic, and I was in a different light, City Lights bookstore the other day, and I came across this book about the history of the mission, the making of the mission, and it's how its ethnicity changed. And it actually starts with the founding of Mission Dolores and goes all the way through urban renewal to the 70s. And it's going to be an interesting read. I kind of flipped through it, and I really wanted to understand how the out-migration happened and what the plans were for the mission. So occasionally during commission comments, I'll let you know a quick 1 or 2 things I learned from this book that are really interesting, and hopefully you'll find them interesting as well. I intend to start reading it tonight.
Okay. Instead of Cliff Notes, Dennis Notes. Commissioner Moore.
I would be interested to have this commission have a conversation with the Health Commission and Director Garcia. I read something quite interesting in the paper. I actually saw it on TV about a week ago. Redwood City has established what's called a food pharmacy, where food pantries and food banks are advised by public health practitioners about the combination of healthy food to deal with the improvement on, for example, diabetes. We have a lot of health clinics which are publicly sponsored and supported. It would be interesting to have a targeted program like that and see if that can be used in San Francisco. I'll send the article to you, Director William, as you are having these discussions probably more frequently than we do, but I think it would be a fabulous idea for us to have a targeted way of assistance in food and health programs which help choosing food for healthier living.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to department matters. Item 5, Director's announcements.
Commissioner, I have nothing urgent today, so I'll defer my report in the interest of time. Thanks.
Item 6, past events of the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals, and the Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Planning Department staff. At Monday's Land Use Committee hearing, the committee heard Supervisor Avalos' ordinance, which will require conditional use authorization for the removal of any dwelling unit in the city. The Commission heard this item on December 10th of last year and voted 5-1 to recommend approval with modifications. Supervisor Avalos has amended the legislation to include the Commission's amendments. At the Land Use Hearing Committee, Supervisor Wiener had several questions of staff related to the implementation of this ordinance, specifically how this change would impact homeowners and who could not afford to pay to have the unit legalized. He also felt that the ordinance was a significant change and needed more vetting and outreach. In response, the Planning Department and DBI noted that there were funds that may become available to address this issue in the next budget, and DBI has also set aside funds to help homeowners come into compliance with code violations. Similar sentiments were also brought up by Supervisors Peskin and Cohen. Several members of the public spoke in favor of the ordinance and how it would help protect the tenants and stop displacement. There are also several speakers in opposition to the ordinance, including the Residential Builders Association and organizations representing landlords. The committee did vote to amend the ordinance to remove a provision that exempts residential units on the ground floor in C3 districts from 317 controls. However, the concerns brought up by the committee members were not adequately addressed at the committee hearing, so they continued it 1 week to next week's hearing. Also at the committee was a resolution imposing interim controls, placing additional design standards on large project authorizations in the Showplace Square, Potrero Hill, and Central Waterfront area plans. This item passed out of committee unanimously and will be considered at the full board next week. At the full Board of Supervisors, the 100% affordable housing, eliminating CUs for 100% affordable housing passed its first read on a 10-1 vote with Supervisor Yee dissenting. And also the board, at the board was a resolution to schedule a hearing on February 28th for Supervisor Kim's charter amendment that would change the city's inclusionary housing requirements. The resolution was amended by the board to essentially allow the ballot initiative to bypass the Rules Committee. This amendment passed 6-5. The item was then continued to the February 9th hearing by unanimous vote. And we had one introduction. It was by Supervisor Peskin. It's an ordinance that would prohibit formula retail in the Polk Street Neighborhood Commercial District. And that's all I have for you today.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I have no board report for you, and the Historic Preservation Commission did meet yesterday. They only had one item on their regular calendar, which will be brought to you under your regular calendar regarding the budget, and I believe they are recommending approval of that. If there aren't any questions, Commissioners, I think we can move on to general public comment, not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I do have a couple of speaker cards.
Yes, Georgia Shudish and Ozzie Ram.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here to request that you ask the staff to consider doing recalculation of the demo numbers for all pending DR cases and any unexpired 311 notifications for RH1 and RH3 two projects. Excuse me. I think the reason it's important is because maybe they need mandatory DRs. Certainly, in the discussions that I've had with Mr. Sanchez and Commissioner Richards, it was discovered that there was this 40% issue, that 40% of the time some of these should have been calculated perhaps as demolitions in those remodels, extensive remodels. So I would hope that if you're going to go forward and have the staff consider how they calculate in the future, that perhaps at least consider it for pending DR cases. And those would be things that would involve major facade changes, major interior alterations, relocation of a unit, and huge expansion of the square footage. As I said, it was discovered that there was at least a 40% likelihood that the demos were not calculated correctly. The samples I submitted for the case study, they were the ones that I had pretty extensive photos of the whole process of the demolition and the new project. There's a lot that I didn't get mid-process, so, I mean, maybe we missed some, I don't know, but at least 40%. And I think if mandatory DRs are necessary, this will have an impact on the loss of, preventing the loss of affordable housing. So here's my handwritten letter to add to the minutes. If that's all right with you, Mr. Ionin, I'll hand that in. So I'd like to put that in the minutes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Ozzie Realm with Protect Noe's Charm Neighborhood Organization, and I'm resident of Noe Valley for over 20 years. So I'd like to bring up to your attention a new and disturbing trend in the planning department, and that is the planners frequently accepting revisions from project sponsors without requiring them to submit them to the building department. Now, why is this a problem? Because not knowing what and when revisions are submitted, the public is left in the dark, and the transparency is lost. How else can we find out if a revision to plans are nothing but little nips and tucks here and there, or yet worse, a 6,000 square foot McMansion is turned to an 8,000 square foot monster home? When we complained previously, we were told that this was the exception to the rule, and it was only being done when the project sponsor was unsure exactly how to respond to the planner's no PDR. They said the idea was the planner could give him a quick look and require them to go back and submit to the building department right afterwards. This is, of course, expanded, and it has expanded dramatically to the point that almost maybe 1/3 of planners are letting this happen on almost most projects and most revisions. Not knowing if a revision is under review robs the concerned neighbors from the opportunity to engage the department, engage the staff, and negotiate with the project sponsors. And then they're slapped with a 311 notification. And what recourse do they have? Filing a DR. So, needless to say, this is going to add to the volume of DRs, and you're going to be more preoccupied hearing these DRs. So, my question for you is this. Do we have a standard operating procedure at the planning department for accepting revisions? And if not, are we going to have one and require the planners to follow them? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other general public comment? Okay, general public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
I just want to comment on both of those things. First one, Mrs. Shudish is referring to a meeting that the zoning administrator, Mr. Duffy, the building inspecting from the building DBI, myself, and she had, and another architect on. She's been coming each week to the commission with, this looks like a demo, here's the original house, here's the succeeding house that's been built. We had a meeting, I think it was December 18th, and I said, let's look at 5 of these and take a look at what happened. We did look at 5, and there were 2 that Mr. Sanchez valiantly said that looked like the calculations were wrong. It's a very complicated process, and everybody, people who are new in that, they don't have the experience in doing it. So this is what Mrs. Shudish is referring to. I think last week during one of the projects I asked as a condition of approval that Mr. Lindsay go back and make sure the calculations were correct, just in case there could have been a training issue in terms of the planner. I think secondly, Ms. Ram is talking about something I think we've talked about before and kind of closing that loop. We don't know what the threshold is yet, but I know you're taking that under consideration, Director Ram, about when a project changes by a certain magnitude, there's some type of project meeting with the neighbors so that at least everybody understands what's the real project's going to be, less we got more DRs, which I don't think any one of us wants. Thanks.
Seeing nothing further, Commissioners, we can move to your regular calendar. Item 7 for case number 2016-000613 CRV. This is the fiscal year 2016 through 2018 proposed department budget and work program. No action is required on your behalf today. This is just for your review and comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Ram, Department Director. I'm here joined today by several members of the senior management team, as well as Deborah Landis, who I don't think you have met. Deborah is our new finance manager, who has been on board just a few weeks and nonetheless has done a lot of work on the budget. We're here today to present to you our new 2-year budget that is will cover the fiscal years 16, 17, and 17, 18. It's no surprise, given your workload, that we are seeing a huge increase still in new applications, and therefore the budget is proposed to increase several $1 million over this year's budget. We are therefore proposing the addition of several new staff positions to address the backlog, to address some of the policy issues that you've been dealing with, and several other positions as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Tom DeSanto, who will go over the details of the budget. We are asking for you to give us your feedback today, and we are proposing action in next week's hearing. And as was reported earlier, the Historic Preservation Commission did review the budget yesterday and did recommend your approval of the proposed budget that you have in front of you today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tom DeSanto. I'm the Director of Administration for the Planning Department. It's my pleasure to present the Department's proposed budget and work program for fiscal years 16-17 and 17-18. Copies of the presentation are available on the table to my left for members of the public. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge members of my staff, Deborah Landis, Donnie Wong, Yvonne Coe, and Anika Lyons, who helped us put the budget together, and without whom we wouldn't be able to do all the work needed to develop the budget. Today I'm going to go over the budget updates from the mayor's office, an overview of the instructions, the current year planning case and building permit volume and revenue, and then go over the proposed budget plus both the revenue and the expenditure side, the division work program staffing, the proposed budgets by division, new position requests, the department's performance measures, and finally the budget approval calendar. When the mayor's budget office released the instructions in December, we were initially instructed to assume that it would be a 2-year fixed budget, and we predicated our budget development on that. This week, the legislation to adopt that was not approved at the Budget and Finance Committee, so as far as we know right now, the 2-year rolling budget will continue until there's some further changes to the process. The mayor's budget instructions also asked departments for a 1.5% reduction in the general fund. Since we receive only about $2.5 million in general fund, that's a fairly small reduction to the department. It represents about $38,000 next year, and then $76,000 in 17-18, and the budget that's in front of you includes those reductions. In the current year, this graph shows the year-over-year volume increase in building permits and planning applications. Through the end of December, we've had more than 8,400 permits, planning, and enforcement cases filed with the department. Overall, the department projects a 13.6% growth in volume from the current fiscal year. As you can see from the graph, the fourth bar from the right, we had about a little over 14,000 cases submitted last year. This year, we're anticipating over 16,000 cases, so about 2,000, a growth of 2,000. The budget for 16-17 assumes a 4% growth and then flat in 17-18, as you can see from the chart. Regarding the budget for this year, that 13% growth in volume translates into a projected surplus in the department, about $5 million that we're expecting in revenue over budget. That $5 million is used as part of the projection for next year's revenue assumption. So going into next year's budget for 16-18, on the revenue side of the house, the largest part of our budget is composed of the fees that we charge for building and planning cases. As you can see, that's projected to increase from $35 million to over $42 million. There are 3 assumptions in that number, in the $42 million number. First is that the volume will continue at the rate that it was, that we're seeing this year. So in other words, that $5 million that we're seeing extra would be realized next year. On top of that, we're assuming a 4% growth, and then the CPI at 2.96%. In the previous 3 years, we've not assumed growth over prior year actuals because we didn't realize that we were going to see multi-year double-digit growth. We had a 14% growth last year and a 12% growth the year before, and then a 13.9% that's projected this year. So we always assumed in the budget that we would realize the same level of applications. But because we've continued to see this year-over-year growth, we're going to assume some growth in next year's budget. And the 4% is consistent with what we're seeing as far as economic expansion at the local, state, and Fed level. The city's assuming a 5% growth in general fund revenue, and the feds are assuming a 4% growth in gross domestic product. So that 4% is consistent with growth that we're seeing in other parts of the country. The next item is our grants budget. Next year, the grant are assumed to stay fairly stable. The 17-18 grant budget we're proposing to reduce by several $100,000. Part of that is that we don't really know what grants are going to be available to the department 2 years from now. If grant opportunities are available, we'll appropriate that through the grant accept and expend process in front of the board. Intergovernmental revenues are projected to decrease. This is partly due to one-time revenue that we received from the Transportation Authority for Geary Boulevard work and about $97,000 from OCII for review work that we're doing with them. Development impact fees, these are the admin fees that are part of the impact fees that we collect that we use to implement the impact fee program. They're also projected to remain stable. Expenditure recoveries are recoveries from other city departments that we receive for services that we provide to other departments. They're expected to slightly increase. And then the general fund support is going down by the 1.5% reduction that was requested in the mayor's budget directions. Let's see. On the expenditure side, there are two major areas where we're proposing increased expenditures: salary and fringe, and then contracts. The salary and fringe line item that's going up is related to about a 1% increase in benefit rates. About 1.4 million of that increase is related to a 3.25% wage increase that employees received on October, and another wage increase that's coming on July 1 that was negotiated in the current union contracts with all of the collective bargaining units. The remainder of the salary increase is for projected position changes that we're proposing in the budget, which I'll detail shortly. The next item, the overhead, is the citywide overhead that's charged to non-general fund revenues to reimburse the general fund for citywide overhead activities like processing employee paychecks. Non-personal services includes the contract expenditures. We are proposing several $1 million increase in our contract budget to support contract for various initiatives in the department, including Civic Center, public realm design work, analysis of the Market and Street Van Ness area called the Hub, citywide feasibility study, some housing policy work, work related to the department's sustainability program, the city's pavement to parks program, and an eco-district technology, a technical feasibility study. Our materials and supplies budget is going to increase mostly due to the maintenance and refreshing of various components of our IT network infrastructure, replacing data processing supplies like drives, monitors, tablets, printers in the department, and to accommodate increased staffing. As our staff level goes up, we need to buy additional computers for them. Our capital outlay and equipment budget is going to decrease as several projects have been completed. That includes recent channel connection upgrades, office workspace expansion that we've done in the current year to accommodate additional staff that will be ending. On our project budget, it's also proposed to reduce by about $1.5 million for projects that had one-time funding, including add-backs through the Board of Supervisors phase of the budget last year. The pavement to parks program, which was previously budgeted as a capital projects, but we're now funding through our contracts line item, will go away. Include ending of the pedestrian plaza work. We received one-time funding for electronic document review and records digitization in our budget in the current year, and those were all one-time expenditures that are going away in 16-17. Services of other departments, that includes fees that we pay for city attorney legal services, the rent that we pay to the Department of Real Estate, and citywide technology support is projected to stay fairly stable over the next 2 years. Our grants budget, this is the detail of what's included in our grants budget. For next year, we're projecting a $600,000 grant from the MTC for transportation planning, Caltrans grant for sustainable transportation planning. Every year, we receive a grant from the Friends of the City Planning to fund various projects in the department. We also annually receive this California Office of Historic Preservation grant to do historic survey work. And then in 17-18, we're projecting a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for streetscape design. This chart shows a breakdown of department staffing levels as FTEs proposed in next year's budget, the 16-17 fiscal year. As a reminder, FTEs are different from headcount. The FTE calculation is a function of positions minus attrition and other things that are subtracted from that. The FTE, the work program for this year is expected to increase by 17.77 FTEs, and that includes 14 new FTEs that we're proposing in the budget, as well as, 3.6 FTEs that are being annualized from the prior year. This is the detail of that by division. So we currently have 221 FTEs in the department. We're proposing an increase to 239 in 16-17, and then 244 in 17-18. I'll go over the summary of the new positions. We're requesting 14 FTEs in next year's budget that annualize to 19 FTEs in 17-18. They're primarily under 4 initiatives. 7 FTEs that annualize to 10 for project review backlog. 2 FTEs that annualize to 3.77 for new policy work. 2 FTEs that annualize to 3 for process improvements, and then 2 FTEs for community outreach. This is the detail of those positions. Under the project review backlog, you'll see that the majority of those proposed positions are in the current planning division. There are 2 quadrant planners to address permit and volume backlog, a design review manager, and another planner to do design review, an additional wireless planner to deal with the increased application volume and for wireless facilities, 2 planners to work on the small projects review team, an additional planner at the PIC to focus on historic preservation, 1 transportation planner in the environmental planning division, and an additional code enforcement planner in zoning. Under the policy initiatives, we're proposing 2.31 FTEs in 16-17 that annualize to 3.77 in 17-18. This includes 1 planner for the legacy business program. This was a position that was requested by the Historic Preservation Commission that we've included in the budget. 1 planner to work on housing policy work, and then a planner next year to work on the new transportation demand management program, and an additional planner in 17-18 to work on that program. Under our process improvements initiative, we're proposing 2 FTEs that annualize to 3 positions in 17-18. This includes 1 planner to work on process improvement work in the department, an analyst in our finance office to work on operations and financial support dealing with the increased volume and revenue that we're seeing in the department, and then a graphic artist that would provide graphic artist support to all the divisions in the department. And then finally, under our community outreach initiative, we're proposing to add 2.3 FTEs, or 2.12 FTEs that annualize to 2.5. This includes a neighborhood outreach planner in our executive office to do community outreach on development projects, a community outreach, an additional community outreach planner to work on other high priority projects coming out of the department, and then finally more of a technical adjustment. We received a community development specialist position in our budget that wasn't fully funded in the current year, and we're proposing to fully fund that to a full FTE. And then finally, our performance measures. For the past several years, the department has tracked performance measures on a regular basis to ensure we're delivering services in line with the vision and mission of the department. In an effort to improve our measurement of planning department activities, the department began working with the Controller's Office to adjust our measures, and this is in concert with the Controller's Office upcoming redesign of its citywide performance metrics system. And so we are proposing a series of new performance measures that focus more on the high-level output of the department rather than counting individual types of applications. For example, the type of how many number of residential additions are processed within certain time frames, small residential construction, large residential construction programs, 100% affordable housing projects, community evaluation of community events, our parklet program. So we're proposing, I won't go through every one of these measures, we're proposing to revise our performance measures to report and count the metrics under these various items. And then finally, our budget calendar. On the 20th of January, we went to the Historic Preservation Commission. On the 3rd of February, on the 3rd of February, yesterday, we went to the Historic Preservation Commission and requested a recommendation to approve the budget. There's a comment letter attached to your package from the HPC regarding that matter. We're here today to provide the budget information to you. Next week, we'll come back to the Commission to ask for approval of the budget. Departmental budget submissions are due to the Mayor's office on February 22nd. On June 1st, the Mayor will submit the proposed budget to the Board of Supervisors, and then late July, the Board will take final action to adopt the budget. That ends my presentation. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Tom. Just, Commissioners, just to summarize quickly, the kind of heart of the new budget proposal is those new positions that you see that Tom went over in those in those 4 buckets, if you will, that are on page 11 of the slideshow. And those buckets are to dealing with our backlog, to deal with new policy initiatives, to deal with process improvements, and to further grow our ability to do better community outreach. Those are the issues that I've been hearing from this commission and the public and the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor for the last year. We hope that those kind of address those issues in an appropriate way, and I'm just want to emphasize that that's kind of the vast majority of the increased revenues that we're seeing will be going to fund those 14 to 19 positions in the next 2 years. So with that, we'll close our presentation, and anxious to hear your comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up to public comment. If there's any public comment on this item. Okay, not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
This is always difficult to respond to because we are not day-to-day following how the numbers go up and down. I have over the years always appreciated the department's work. However, I have a couple of questions. Obviously, without really knowing, and I just have to say it because I do not do numbers of that kind, the increase in expenditures with salary and fringe is staggering. It goes up by $6 million in the first step, and then an additional $2.5 million in the second step. That sounds like an incredible amount of money. But I'm just making comments here. I'm not challenging the number. The line item which surprises me is that on the materials and supply side, the increase is very, very large between the adopted budget of today and how we're moving into the future. It goes from $306,000 to $850,000. With the decrease in costs for computers, et cetera, that, and you mentioned a whole bunch of other things which come with it, that seem to be a huge step unless that number is a placeholder. And I can understand that for many reasons one needs to have placeholders built in with the uncertainty of how technology will create a complete change of how we use technology. What I would like to ask is, under which particular line item are you counting people who are more in support of the Commission themselves? For example, we have a long list of action items which gets longer and longer. And I like to see at least a certain amount of manpower allocated for people to attend to the questions we ask in a more timely manner. There are things on the list which are way over a year old, and we still have not been able, given your noted increase in work, to get answers which we need to participate in an informed way. So that would be one question.
Commissioner, the commission staff, the staff that's devoted solely to the commission is under Department Administration, and on the detailed work plan in the memo, you see that on the first page of, it's page, well, it's not numbered, actually. It's right after page 32 in the memo. It looks like that. So you'll see the breakdown of staff in the detailed work plan.
I would like to sometimes have that additional presentation layered in order to better understand of how it directly affects us. I'm not really in no position to question many of the other numbers. I'm just observing that there is a certain amount of detail missing for myself to feel comfortable that we are also covered. The other thing I wanted to ask is that the increased confusion with enforcement, I want to make sure that the department staffing, and we have always been extremely supportive of Zoning Administrator Sanchez's work and his staff's work, that we are properly covered to also create the correct bridges with the now newly instituted Airbnb and short-term rental enforcement, including increased ability to cooperate with DBI, particularly because we lost the computer program to help make certain things more efficient. I want to make sure that we are covered for the next year or two or three until we have a more fluid technical basis to coordinate. And I would like to see that reflected in the numbers.
That fine, we can do that. Just so you know, we have 3 enforcement planners entirely devoted to short-term rental, and the city administrator has an additional 3, and those are in one office. And there are 6 full-time city staff devoted to the short-term rental project. In addition, we have the department now has 11 full-time and code enforcement planners for other code enforcement work. Which is more than double the number we had a few years ago, and we are proposing 1 more code enforcement planner this year as well.
Okay. The issues that Commissioner Richards in particular had worked on was bringing Massachusetts forward, etc. Are those particular increases in work covered by what you have listed at the moment?
Well, the work I believe that Commissioner Richards mentioned is work that would be done by the zoning administrator staff, yes, and by the current planning staff. And one of the aspects of that work is looking at the code language and whether we can address changes to the demolition requirements, which would be done by the legislative staff as well.
Okay.
Anne Marie and her staff. Yes.
Okay, the last question I would like to ask, and I cannot clearly see this, I like to see an increased number of trained architects, licensed architects to become part of your staff in order to broaden the productive input the group has relative to what type of projects we are reviewing. It will help the commission, but it will also help the general amount of CUs and DRs we have. Many of them deal with specific architectural issues, which are sometimes difficult to pull apart.
And we agree, certainly agree. We propose 2 new architectural positions in this budget.
I hope that is sufficient.
So do I. I think Mr. Johnson can talk further about that.
It would be interesting to look also into a summer intern program where young architects are particularly assigned to the architectural portion of the practice in order to learn right at the source. I would encourage that very much and see a proper balance in how we attract interns. So that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
I'm generally overall very, very happy with the increases that you have. I think they're really needed. Specifically, the process improvements, which is a drum I've been beating since I've been on the commission. I'm really heartened that you did put in positions for that. One comment I would make is in the measurement section, I didn't see a measure for those positions, and I'd recommend that there are some type of a measure for them, number of processes documented, whatever that be.
Okay.
For that position.
Okay.
The other thing regarding the measures, completely support the measures that you have. The only thing I worry about is how do you sift out delays that aren't due to your staff's efforts. So, that's something there's so much of it's the project sponsored. They can bring 10 revisions back, and it could take 2 years. And so I just want to make sure that you're careful on that the numbers don't get distorted, not for anything that you or your staff had to do. Interestingly enough, we're having coming up on our advanced calendar some CEQA reform, I guess, on transportation, which we talk about, which I think is really going to hack away at a lot of the process. I know I've been a party to some discussions on CEQA reform or ideas for CEQA efficiency in the mayor's housing subgroup on process or on historic preservation. And I understand from some of the documentation I have that there is a desire to survey more of the properties in the city to maybe circumvent that need for a historic preservation CEQA review. And the question I have would be, do you, maybe I missed it, are there any plans to beef up survey team or staff to go out and do that so we can save on the CEQA portion of the historic preservation?
Yes, in this year's budget, there was approved last year as part of this year's budget the funding for a full-time position to do to work on the survey, as well as the funding for the survey itself.
Great.
So we're in the process of hiring that position and getting that whole survey going.
I think that's a great investment. On, I guess, to Commissioner Moore's point on the action item list, I'm going to put together kind of the list itself and hand out a ballot next week for all commissioners to fill out and prioritize and hand back in the following week so that we can kind of get an idea on what is most important to this commission on what needs to be worked on next. I don't know if it's too late, but I know I mentioned this last year. Maybe perhaps our biggest issue can be an intern project. We might have an intern dedicated to the commission and to tackle one or two of these items. I throw that out there. I think last year we were receptive to that, but I don't know how far we are in the process of hiring an intern, but I open that up to other commissioners' comments as well. Maybe they can knock off one of these projects as a learning experience for them. I think on the I like the idea of the 2 new architectural positions. Commissioner Moore caught that. I think it would really help in, I think, some of the things we talked about. We potentially may have a project today where there's an interpretation of the design guidelines. It's up in Upper Market Street. I think these 2 new architects, along with Mr. Winslow and the other architects and the staff, can really help make sure that the design guidelines are explained in the commission packets and why the project does conform to them or doesn't conform to them, and if there were trade-offs that are made, what happened. And I think that would really be a good investment so we don't have kind of the thing we're going to be seeing today. How do they conform? And it would help public transparency on how the design actually gets arrived at. Enforcement, the short-term rentals enforcement and the other enforcement, I think there's a lot of great people working on that. I know we're going to have an enforcement presentation coming up. It has yet to be scheduled, but we've discussed this. I really like to kind of flesh out, because I think the enforcement cases are included in our overall cases, like how much of this is enforcement for short-term rentals, what's the breakdown, signs, et cetera, and then understand kind of how all that falls out and make sure that number of people on that are working on that correctly. Some enforcement cases, I think, as we learned from short-term rentals, it's so hard to figure out whether there's a violation or not because you don't have an address. They take forever, right? And maybe the process improvement person can recommend some ways that we could curtail that, like a valid registration number being required. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, a couple of questions, Director Ram. The first is, do we have team assignments or redundancy? We frequently will see that a planner is on paternity, maternity leave, long vacations. Do projects wait, or are they assigned in a way that someone else can pick up the slack so we don't have to wait until the leave is finished?
They're typically reassigned. I will say that reassignment does slow work down because the new planner has to get up to speed on the project. But they are typically reassigned when there is an extended leave or somebody leaves the department.
Yeah, one suggestion might be at the very beginning of every project, you probably have co-assignments. You may not have enough staff to do this, but there's two people, or at least two, are brought up to speed with every project, so in the case of an absence, someone else can quickly pick it up and not have to be retrained for a period of weeks or months. On another efficiency item, I assume we do simultaneously evaluations. We know that, environmental has to precede other things in an order of approval. You can't really approve something for many of the aspects of the project until the environmental has been completed, but it would seem as though the project could be evaluated at the same time for all the different aspects, even though the environmental has to be completed before any other approvals can be. I would hope that's sort of what we're doing.
The goal, which we're not quite there yet, is that the environmental review proceeds in parallel with all the other reviews,
that was the word.
Rather than sequentially. And the advantage also of doing it that way is the environmental review can inform the project review. We're not quite there yet. We're a little better than we were on that, but we're trying to do all the processes in parallel. And typically, environmental review takes the longest time, so we want to make sure everything's happening in that window of time.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Wu.
So it's great to see that the small projects review seems like it's working well and that you're continuing that work. Also happy to see dedication to the legacy business and continued work on the housing policy. I think that those are both issues that this commission has talked about a lot. I'll continue to ask for attention to be paid to diversity in hiring. I think that especially diversity of experience really matters in implementing things like the legacy business program or, in working on housing. I think that the different perspectives kind of help to bring some conflict maybe to the staff level that ends up in something that is sort of more robust coming to the commission. And then I wanted to ask a specific question. Some public comment came in to ask about the Filipino Cultural Heritage District and whether or not that was included in the work plan.
I need some help from Mr. Joslin on that, if that is included in this year's work plan. I think one of the now that you mention it, I think one of the issues is the funding for that was proposed as part of the 5M approval project, and it is not totally clear where that funding is, which agency or entity is the recipient of that funding at this point. So the bottom line is I don't think it's specifically reflected in this work plan, unless I'm mistaken. But we need to clarify that point and about where the fundings come from. And I think part of it, to be honest, is being tied up in the legal delays over the 5M approvals. I will try to have a better answer for you on that next week. I apologize for not having a clear answer.
Okay. I would encourage the department to think about including it. I think that the Culture District is not about 5M, it's not a one, or it doesn't only encapsulate 5M. We're moving quickly on Central Soma. I think it's really, really integral to thinking about Central Soma, so it's part of a larger part of the work.
Commissioner Richards.
I echo Commissioner Wu's comments. If you can go grab that money, I think it was $300K, find it and grab it and use it. If not, let's try to figure out how we can do it internally, but it is important. Thanks.
Okay. If no further questions, Commissioners, that concludes this item, and we will hear it again in, I think, 2 weeks.
1 week.
Next week. 1 week. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, that'll place us on item 8 for case number 2015-014590, PCA, the Upper Market Street NCTD bar expansion. This is a planning code amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Menika Mohan, Planning Department staff, and I'm here today to recommend approval for adoption changes to the Upper Market Street Neighborhood Commercial District. Before I begin my presentation, Andres Power from Supervisor Wiener's office will be here to offer some comments.
Good Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andres Power here with Scott Wiener's office. Very briefly, the legislation before you today provides an opportunity for an existing use to become legal under the Planning Code. We, along with the project sponsor, worked closely with the neighborhood organizations in crafting the controls before you today, which do not explicitly legalize the use but provide a path forward through conditional use for the use to become illegal. As you've probably seen in the packet, the DuBose Triangle Neighborhood Association, DTNA, Castro Merchants, and the Castro Upper Market CBD have all submitted letters supporting this legislation, and we'd be honored to have your support as well. And then briefly, in terms of staff's recommendations, they seem reasonable to me. The only concern that we'd have, one of the recommendations was extending these controls to limited restaurants as well. And, I think on the face of it, I think we are open to considering that. That hasn't been part of the discussions we've had with the neighborhood, so we would be reluctant to agree to do that today, but we're open to feedback. Thank you.
So currently in the Upper Market Street Neighborhood Commercial Transit District, or NCT, bars require conditional use authorization to locate on the ground floor and are not permitted on upper floors of the building. The proposed ordinance would amend the planning code to allow an existing bar on the ground floor in the Upper Market NCT to expand to the second floor with a conditional use authorization if the following conditions are met. 1, if the space to be converted has not been in residential use within the previous 5 years. 2, an internal staircase connecting the ground floor bar use and upper floor already exists. And 3, there would be no expansion of the building envelope. Named neighborhood commercial districts such as the Upper Market NCT were developed to allow communities to tailor their land use controls based on community needs and concerns. There appears to be clear neighborhood support for the proposed change, and the additional findings and CU requirement ensure that this will not have a negative impact on neighborhood livability or the city's housing stock. The department understands the intent of the proposed ordinance is to legalize one particular bar. However, there may be other eating and drinking uses, such as limited restaurants and restaurants in the corridor, that may be good candidates for expansion. Bars are considered a more intensive use than restaurant uses because of the associated noise and behavioral issues associated with alcohol consumption. If it makes sense from a land use perspective to have a bar on the second floor, then allowing a less intensive but similar use on the second floor also makes sense. The department also proposes removing the requirement that the building have an existing internal staircase. While specific to Churchill, it seems like an arbitrary requirement and one that might prohibit another desirable establishment expansion. Furthermore, the Planning Department's recommendation does not hinder the ability of the community to provide input to the Planning Commission to make changes to individual project sponsors. As part of a conditional use authorization, the Planning Commission can impose additional criteria for approval. Additionally, the expansion to the second floor would only be available if the space to be converted has not been in residential use within the previous 5 years, and there is no expansion of the building envelope. And staff are available for questions.
Okay, opening it up to public comment.
Hi, David Troop from the DuBose Triangle Neighborhood Association. We are definitely supportive of the entitlement of the second floor for the particular bar in question. They've been a good neighbor. This is allowing sort of an event space, special event space for parties and that kind of thing. That we don't have enough of that sort of thing in the neighborhood, so it's a good thing. I'm a little wary to lend our support to a general expansion of this for restaurants, because this isn't something that we've thought about or wrapped our heads around yet, and the elimination of the internal staircase requirement might be problematic. So that's kind of news to us to be hearing about that, but in terms of what's actually on the agenda today, we were definitely in support. Thank you.
Is there any additional general public comment on this item? Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Sounds like reasonable legislation, and as we heard when it was presented, even if this does pass, which it should, I believe, it will require any other establishment to go through the conditional use process, so we certainly have a good oversight. Sometimes second floors are more problematic for retail and other uses. And, so it might make a good use where there are possibly vacancies or challenges to retail, or even in some instances where permitted office use on the second floor. So I know it at this particular time benefits one particular establishment that seems to have broad support, and this legislation allows that to happen, and it would allow us to consider any instances that may come forward in the future, but they would have to be deemed necessary and desirable. So I'm in support.
Commissioner Moore.
I would like to support the comment made by the public that leaving the stair out and creating a broader category is of concern to me. This legislation, if I understand Supervisor Wiener correctly, dealt with a particular circumstance which I feel strongly supporting. However, fiddling with it for other reasons, I am not prepared to do that, and it could be amended later on if the supervisor chooses to do so. This is based on a very specific understanding of the district per se and situations which may be similar, but the broader definition without the stair, I'm not prepared to support it because I just don't know enough about it. So if that's what I'm asked to do, that's what I will support. The other thing, and that would be more a question to Supervisor Said, I would like to see a restriction on the use of outdoor space, which we always try to only catch when it's too late. Is this the moment to discuss that? Is that an issue here? If Mr. Powell, if you could perhaps answer that for me.
So when you say outdoor space, sort of in the rear yard or something like that?
Rear yard. Most bars, sooner or later, come back, they use it, and then ask, don't have approval, but ask for forgiveness later. And I would like to prevent that from happening, because an intensification in bar use is one thing, but by not spelling out what is not included, I would be amiss asking you the question.
So this location in particular, to my understanding, it's a two-story building. It's a full lot coverage, and so there isn't a rear yard, so there is no outdoor space. And because it's clear about not allowing an expansion of the building envelope, there couldn't be, a deck or something created, in other words, in order to house an outdoor space.
And your provision for windows already addresses concerns about noise, because I see you making a comment about operation can only be windows closed.
Yeah, that was a recommendation by staff, and we're supportive of that. Yeah.
So I'm in support without the recommended modifications, with the provision that could be happening later if there is indeed substantive support from the person who created this legislation. I'm making a motion to, it's a motion of intent to approve as it is brought forward by the supervisor, and how do I say that?
We're adopting a recommendation for approval.
Okay.
If that's
minus
your
modifications.
Well,
yes.
It sounds like you were in favor of some of the modifications, though, from the staff.
The one I was not in favor of is the stair thing.
If I could just on that particular issue, the issue is not whether the issue is whether there's an existing stair or not.
Yes.
So the staff's recommendation is simply that someone could put in a stair to connect the two floors. But if you don't want to go that way, that's fine. That was just to clarify that.
No.
Okay.
So I have to hear the motion again, Commissioner, if you could.
Ms. Dionin, could you please help me to formulate the proper motion with leaving out the
stair portion?
If I may, Jonas, I don't think it was our recommendation that the windows had to be closed. I think that was part of DTNA's recommended conditions for their CU approval. We included those just as an informational item. If you just want to approve how the supervisor proposed it, you just do a recommendation of approval, and that's all you have to do.
I am in support of your windows closing because it's only going to come back later anyway. So
you could say a recommendation of approval
minus
just that the windows need to be closed during operation.
Okay, and then you're saying if 5 reports of disturbance are being raised, there would be action. You're also saying
no.
That is not you?
No. In the staff report, it states that those are proposed conditions of approval for the Churchill Bar specifically. So when the Churchill Bar comes for their conditional use authorization to expand to the second floor, DTNA has outlined several conditions of approval they'd like to see in that. We included them in the staff report just to sort of bring them to your attention and to also show you the types of concerns that the neighborhood has.
And those are perfect. I fully support you on that. The only thing I would then leave out is a stair.
So
supporting everything minus the stair.
So our recommendation is to not include DTNA's conditions of approval for the actual CU approval.
Wait.
You would include those when Churchill comes to get their conditional use approval and add those conditions to it.
In other words, it's not part of the legislation.
It's not part of this legislation. It would come to you when you see the conditional use for the bar.
This is complicated because it tries to describe a real case and then it's supposed to be the abstract. It's very difficult to understand.
Okay.
Clear.
I think it's clarified. We're just trying to. This is the legislation to change the actual code because currently it's a prohibited use. A bar is a prohibited use on the second floor in the upper market NCT.
So if you do not like staff's or do not want to support staff's recommendation, you just do a recommendation of approval, and that's all you need to do, and it would be fine.
Okay.
Is that your motion?
Let's go with that.
And
Understood.
I'll second Commissioner Moore's motion of recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Approval.
Commissioner Richards.
Okay, just so I'm clear, so the stairs, the motion includes the existing supervisor language or does not?
The existing motion is just to adopt a recommendation for approval for the legislation as it was proposed by the supervisor. The issue of stairs, my understanding, would come back to you when the project actually comes to you.
No, sorry, Jonas, I'm just going to correct. So the original legislation with the Supervisor Wiener, it does include the existing staircase. So if you were to recommend...
That is exactly what I'm supporting.
Yeah, so the Commissioner Moore's motion to recommend approval would be the existing legislation. So the way it's proposed in the first part of the case report.
So I know Churchill, I go there occasionally. Mr. Having a blank, I'm sorry. Mr. Powers. Does Churchill currently have an internal staircase?
They do, yes.
Okay, so that makes sense. I like the legislation. We have actually a couple of great bars in the neighborhood that are on the second floor. One being the Lookout, which I love to go to a lot. It's right around the corner for me. Another one, and maybe this plays into my recommendation for maybe future expansion on this, a great elegant spot is Eureka on 18th Street. It's not in the same NCD, but they have a great restaurant downstairs and a great bar upstairs. And actually, last time I was there, I ran into Supervisor Wiener, so we both like the place. So I would work with the neighborhood associations to see if you could expand it to create more Eureka-type spaces because they really work in certain cases. So I support the legislation. I think it's great, and I'm happy to have the community room in Churchill coming.
Commissioner Hillis.
Not to complicate the stair issue any further, but can I just ask a question? I mean, obviously, there's a staircase in every building that has a second floor because you have to get up to the second floor. But I think it is a little odd to have this in the legislation, that the staircase, does it have to exist in the footprint of the bar that wants to expand?
Creates a size measure.
Yeah, so I mean...
That's how the legislation is written, correct?
Right. So I think staff's recommendation actually makes sense in that case because, I mean, we're basically tailoring this. We might as well put in and named Churchill. Because it's a rare instance that you're going to have a first floor use with a staircase in the space going up to a second floor use that's not that use. That's not the same use.
Correct. That was the basis for the staff recommendation.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would agree. I think we're making a recommendation and the board's going to hear it. But I think we have to understand we're making a recommendation on legislation that, yeah, we recognize it's going to apply to Churchill. Churchill's going to come back and ask for a CU. But to Commissioner Richards' point, if we ever want this to apply to something else, we should take that staircase language out because it's generally not going to apply. Or broaden it to say there's a staircase in the building or you build a staircase within the facility because it doesn't make a lot of sense to have that in there.
So I think that the policy perspective is valid and we're open to consideration. I think the only concern that we had was that by not having that language in there that we would create an incentive for merging spaces that we weren't ready to do. So that may very well be the right thing to do in the long term, but at this point in time we were not ready to advance that policy.
So we just wanted to limit it to Churchill and we don't expect any other use to come apply for the CU.
It is possible. I mean, we haven't done a survey of every bar use in the district. It's possible that some of these, that there may be an existing staircase between them, so we don't know that for sure, but.
Yeah. Because like Eureka, I've been there too. It's a good space. It's got space upstairs, but
It's internal. It's
but
internal.
it likely didn't exist.
It was a single-family house.
Yeah. But I'm saying if you were to do that where you had a first floor and you wanted to expand it to the second floor, you'd never be able to do it under this we have to come back and amend the legislation. But I get it. We want to tailor this to Churchill, so that's fine.
Commissioner Richards.
So I think the intent, if I may, Mr. Powers, is to have formerly 2 flats, which we have in the Upper Market NCT, quite a few of them. We have a commercial downstairs, and you have a door on the right, and we went up to formerly a residence. It may be an office now or something, hasn't used with housing in the last 5 years, but it could be turned back into housing. You're thinking that you don't want to be able to incent people to say, oh, I have to go out to the front door and go to the second door and go up the steps to the second floor to incent those kind of mergers.
That's correct.
I support that, because those, if that second floor is vacant, it could even go back to a housing unit. So I like the idea of the existing proposed legislation.
Commissioner Moore.
Following up with what Commissioner Richards has said, I think this legislation speaks to a particular building type, not to a particular user. And I think we need to leave the emphasis on that, and that is that smaller, quaint circumstances which have an internal stair are suitable for this type of adaptation. Others are not. Nor do we want to advertise any kind of whatever could arise from that kind of an encouragement. So that's at least the way I interpret it. It's just a little bit confusing because in the body of the text there is a reference to a particular circumstance, but that is not what should be guiding our discussion.
Commissioners, then, if I understand correctly, there's a motion that has been seconded to adopt a recommendation for approval, period.
What?
On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0. And places us on item 9 for case number 2015-014877 CUA at 3325 Sacramento Street, conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. I'm Colin Clark, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for a conditional use authorization to allow Skin Spirit to change the use from a vacant retail use to a retail and personal service use on the ground floor of an existing 2-story commercial building with 4 office units on the second floor above. The project also includes minor tenant improvements and facade alterations that would restore the original clerestory windows at the storefront. This project is being processed under the Community Business Priority Processing Program. As a result of written opposition, this CB3P project was placed on the regular calendar. Per the resolution that established CB3P, today at this hearing, department staff will provide a verbal response to the opposition. In terms of the reason for the conditional use, in the Sacramento Street Neighborhood Commercial District, Zoning District, a conditional use authorization is required for a personal service use at the ground floor. Although this project includes a traditionally less active personal service use on the ground floor, it occupies only about 1/3 or less of the floor area and will be located toward the rear of the tenant space. The applicant has chosen to incorporate a retail use within the business, locating it at the front of the space, thereby activating the street. Medical services will be an accessory component of the personal service business, primarily for laser treatments and cosmetic injections, occupying less than 1/3 of the tenant space. The zoning administrator has determined that this is a permitted accessory use within the Sacramento Street NCD, and there are conditions of approval proposed in the draft motion that ensure that medical services remain an accessory function of any personal service at this site. As such, even though the Sacramento Street NCD does not allow a medical service use as a principal use, it is allowed as an accessory use. Since publication of your packets, the department has received one more letter of support and correspondence from 3 people in opposition to the project. To date, the department has received 6 letters of support and correspondence from 4 people in opposition to the project. With that said, the department finds the project to be necessary, desirable, and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood for the following reasons. The proposed Skin Spirit retail and personal service use, which is a Bay Area locally owned and operated small business since 2003, is intended to serve San Francisco residents. In fact, many of Skin Spirit's existing clients live in San Francisco and travel to other Bay Area locations such as Palo Alto. The project would also activate a vacant 2,400 square foot ground floor tenant space that has been vacant since June of 2015. The project includes the restoration of the original storefront's clerestory windows, and the project is compatible with the mix of small businesses found within the Sacramento Street NCD. In terms of findings that need to be clarified for the basis for approval, they need to be clarified to state that the Commission finds that this project is necessary, desirable, and compatible with the neighborhood character and surrounding uses as follows and as set forth in the application materials submitted. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. We might have questions for you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tom Tunney of Rubin, Junius & Rose on behalf of the project sponsor, Skin Spirit. We appreciate the staff report and all the work that staff did to help us with this process, and we appreciate their recommendation of approval. We really feel this is an ideal location for Skin Spirit. The proposed use is compatible, works well with the Presidio Heights neighborhood. We have, as staff said, 6 letters of support. With me for the project sponsor today is our architect, Hillary Hubbard. She will speak briefly. She's going to talk a little bit about the use, the floor areas, and the improvements made to the property. And we have our owner and founder of Skin Spirit, Lynn Hubline, who will speak a bit about the company and how this particular space will be used. We also have the property owner who is in full support. We're available for any questions you may have, and we thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Overhead, please. There you go.
Hello, I'm Hillary Hubbard, architect for Skin Spirit, and I just wanted to talk to you, explain about the project design and the proposed improvements to the space. As you know, the project location is on Sacramento Street between Presidio Avenue and Walnut Street. It's an existing 2,400 square foot ground floor retail space adjacent to an art gallery, Twiga, and a floral shop, Beautiful Orchids, both in support of the project. So Skin Spirit is a skincare business that provides retail and personal services for clients. They're an ideal tenant for the space and business for Sacramento Street because retail is a very important part of their business. Oh, thank you. That would help. Sorry about that. As you can see from the slide here, the store design has a very strong retail aspect in the front of the space. We're aiming to do improvements to transform an existing underutilized space into a retail and service destination. Here's a slide showing the existing storefront right now, and get it up higher. The proposed new storefront. As you can see, the existing space and storefront are very dark and uninviting. The storefront's very limited because if you see the yellow up there, that's shingle siding that's covering the old historic nature of the facade. It's also really poorly illuminated, and the storefront seismically unsound right now. It also lacks a wheelchair accessible entrance right now. It just has sort of a Dutch door with a push button that really doesn't work, because how does a push button work on a Dutch door? And it does not have a level entry. So Skin Spirit's new storefront entry is going to encourage shopping, and it's going to activate the streetscape by increasing the visibility and creating a better connection to the retail area. We're proposing to do this by lowering the windowsills, removing the single siding to restore the original clerestory windows, creating double entry accessible doors into the space, and creating a level sidewalk. All of these improvements are really going to pull shoppers in there. In turn, the tenant improvements are going to create new, attractive, open interior finishes with retail fixtures displaying the products. So again, retail is an important concept for them. In addition to the new storefront and the tenant improvements that Skin Spirit proposes, they're also proposing to add 2 bicycle parking spaces and a new street tree to the front of the building. During that time, the sidewalk would also be repaired. In terms of the design, the project locates retail in the front of the space and personal service in the back. The front 25 feet of the space and the entire width of the storefront will be dedicated retail. The rear of the space will consist of 8 facial rooms, with up to 4 being used for laser treatments and injections pending appointments. The remaining space will be divided between 2 new accessible restrooms, a new wheelchair accessible ramp to the higher level, hallway, break room, and office. So we really believe that Skin Spirit is a benefit to the space, to the street, and the proposed building improvements and its presence will enhance the vitality, character, and historic importance on Sacramento Street. Thank you. I'm going to introduce Lynn Hubline, the owner of Skin Spirit.
Hi, thank you very much. Is this how much time I have left?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to have to really cruise through this. I am the founder of Skin Spirit. I'm a mom. I'm originally from Seattle, but I've lived in Northern California since 1986. We started Skin Spirit in Palo Alto. We're locally owned and managed, and we've become a leader in what we do in the last 10 years. One of the reasons we're a leader is we stick really close to our mission of only providing products and services that really provide meaningful results for our clients. Home care is a really important aspect to that, so retail is a fundamental part of our business. We curate what we think are the best skincare products that aren't widely available in department stores or in drugstores. And the front of our spaces, as Hillary mentioned, are all dedicated to retail. Our beautiful exteriors and our warm, inviting interiors create a lot of walk-in traffic, which is a fundamental part of our business model, and you can see, again, what the interior is going to look like. So very quickly, benefits of Skin Spirit, I think, to Sacramento Street is we are a destination. We think that the Sacramento Street location could be as successful as our other locations, which could attract up to 2,500 client visits a month, which would be great traffic for the street. We are a destination. We know that because we have over 2,000 clients from San Francisco already, and they'll stay here and keep their tax dollars here. Our client demographics are extremely attractive, and I think would be attractive to the other merchants on the street. Let's go to let's skip over. So we're skipping over some because I'm running out of time. But another thing, we're a very successful business. We think we bring something new to the street, but we're also like to consider ourselves a very socially responsible business. Our highest priority is retaining clients, making them happy, and retaining employees, and those go hand in hand. So our mostly female workforce is very well paid, have great benefits, and we've had great ability to retain some great employees. When this location reaches maturity, we think that we could create up to 20 new jobs, which will support the neighborhood of people living, shopping, and working there. And we are very philanthropic. We give back to the community. We support our clients' passions, and we look to our and we look to continue doing that in San Francisco. And we're going to make extensive renovations to the building, which is going to make it safer and accessible for more people. So why don't we go to the last two slides, to community partnerships. So one of the things that we also bring to the party is that we're very good marketers, and we will be doing an extensive media campaign to get people to know that we're in San Francisco. Another tenet of our marketing strategy is to do cooperative kind of promotions with other vendors on the street. And so we would expect to be doing client events every 3 to 6 months that we would include our partners on the street, whether we get flowers or get catering or do co-promotions. So we really try to be a good neighbor. We think that we're a good fit for Sacramento Street. We think we're a great use, and I'm happy that you guys took the time to listen, and hope that you agree that we'd be a good neighbor in District 2. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll open up to public comment. Mel Desgovitz and Ruel Isaac.
Hello, I'm Mel Dagovitz, the owner of the property. Let me start by saying that not only has this property been vacant for some 6 odd months, but prior to that, the former tenant had a great deal of difficulty, and we did our best to sustain him without success. The property is indeed of this type of remediation, and this type of tenant would be very acceptable. But prior to accepting this tenant, I went to the adjacent retail stores and said, what do you think of a tenant of this type? And their comment was, we would like it. As a consequence, I too would like it. I think it would be an addition to the street and an addition to San Francisco, and I live in the neighborhood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Raul Isaac. I'm the asset manager for the property, but my personal connection to the block and the neighborhood is predated my professional connection by about 35 years as a part of the JCC, and visiting my grandfather at Menor Park, the senior residence is 2 doors down from there. In our vetting the different proposals and prospective tenants, we found that Skin Spirit rose head and shoulders above all the others, and we spent at least a couple of months till we came to that conclusion. It was a very thorough vetting process. We have We believe that Skin Spirit will bring much-needed foot traffic and business to the block and to the neighborhood. So it's a recommendation of support. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay. You can just put them right on the rail there.
Notes behind. Hello, my name is Tracy. Oh,
There
thank
you
you.
go, Tracy.
Hello, my name is Tracy Terioka. I'm a resident and business owner on Sacramento Street. I'm also head of the Merchant Association and have been for about 3 years now. Thank you, Commissioners and President Fong, for hearing this case. I think it's an interesting opportunity for Sacramento Street. However, I have problems with the conditional use permit being approved in this case. I do think that the business is extremely successful, has a large clientele, and these are great assets. I also think that the medical nature of the business does step over into our zoning controls around preventing medical to replace retail. So within that block, we've recently lost our hardware store and our local toy store, just a change in the times we live in. We're also having the two predominantly larger retail spaces of the street are in a period of change. In fact, the former hardware store is now being broken into several units that include a jewelry store, a ready-to-wear bridal store, and then a question mark. Not sure of the last piece yet. So the former toy store in this proposed CUP would become a retail front with 8 private rooms in the back for medical and aesthetic services. For me, that's a loss to our street. And as far as being a necessary part of a neighborhood commercial district, I think that's a bit questionable. We actually do have a variety of services on the street, and we can certainly...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Whoever's phone that is, can you please turn that off? It's extremely disruptive to these proceedings.
Thank you. So basically, I'm on the floor as a pedestrian. I'm a business owner. I am in my shop every day, except for right now, clearly. And I really enjoy interacting with people and hearing from them, too, what they would like to see in the neighborhood. One of my responses to this project from the neighborhood, from the people who live there, is that they would like to be excited about a future use in that business, as opposed to, oh. And it's not to say that this isn't going to drive a lot of business. I completely respect Skin Spirit's business model. In my ideal world, they would be in a business center with a shopping village with parking. At 2,500 customers a month, I think they could use their own dedicated parking, in fact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other speakers? If there are other speakers who want to speak on this, you want to line up on this side, it'd be great, or that side.
Hello, my name's Marilyn Yeager, and I'm a founder of Marilyn Yeager Skincare and an owner on 3384 Sacramento Street. And much to what Tracy has mentioned, while Skin Spirit is an amazing business model, I've been in the neighborhood for 18 years and run a successful business. We are purely aesthetic, massage, and retail service. Over the years, the parking has become continually challenging. I have many, many clients who reside in our neighborhood, and the parking situation just continues to be a little bit more disturbing. So again, at 2,500 clients per month coming in and out of the neighborhood, and thus trying to infiltrate and find parking for those services. I am a little bit opposed to, perhaps maybe it was an oversight, but the use of this business it's medical. It's a medical business. If you look on their website and any of their previous or their extending locations, it's a medical service, and they all require, well, the majority of them require RNs or doctors to perform or oversight the services that they will be performing. So I know from experience that the retail that we offer is a very, very small amount from walk-in traffic. It is purely from recommendation from my aesthetic team that refers the retail product. So as far as it being a shopping kind of mecca or destination, I don't really foresee that, especially it being a medical grade. The laser machines and all of the machines that require for this business to operate are incredibly expensive, and I can't imagine that they're going to change their business model of having 6 successful locations to just becoming retail and aesthetics for this purpose. On the permit, it does say for medical services, and I know it does say accessory too, but I do know the business very well, and it would be quite challenging for them to even kind of pay their rent in the Sacramento Street area just based on the percentages of aesthetics compared to medical services. So thank you all for your consideration and for hearing me.
Thank you. Additional speakers?
Hi, my name is Mariuka Naum, and I've been on Sacramento Street for 33 years. I have a skincare salon for 33 years. I won't tell you that I was almost the only one there when I started. Now we are perhaps 2. And this new place is opening in the same block. So I think it's a huge surface. They are at the street level. It's obviously a big competition, perhaps, for the established businesses. We are not a destination street. We are in a neighborhood. So we are all drawing the clients from the same neighborhood. And the idea that we'll have so many clients coming from all over the city, it's absurd, being that we don't have anywhere to park to start with already. And I think that some of the products that they intend to sell, we are already selling in the street. And it's unfair competition for a small established business. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, public comment is closed, and opening up to commissioners, Commissioner Antonini.
I think this is a very good project, and I do, at least for my purposes, consider Sacramento a destination. There are a number of stores and restaurants and other things that I will go to Sacramento Street for. I do not live in that neighborhood, nor is my business in that neighborhood. But so I think that in and of itself, it sounds like a very good improvement, restoring the windows, making it accessible in 2 different ways. It'll make a more attractive frontage for it, potential for quite a few jobs, and most importantly, and I witness this all the time, where people I know will drive out of San Francisco for a particular product or service, and saving 2,000 people from driving to Palo Alto is probably a very good thing in keeping tax revenue here in San Francisco. So I think it's very good. And they're also making some street tree improvements. And staff has already opined that this is a retail with accessory medical. So, I mean, there was one speaker who brought that up, but if that's a determination, that is something that is determined to be that type of use, and accessory medical is allowed. So I'm in support. I'm actually going to move to approve.
Second.
I'll offer some thoughts. I know this street very well, supportive of all the small businesses that are there. And the street, over the decades, has really, as you know, become full of hair salons, some medical uses, some mental uses upstairs in different offices, in private offices. Excuse me. As far as competition, I'm not sure if we can deny or approve a project based on competition. I think that the formula retail restrictions, which this doesn't qualify as, has that barrier there, and I understand. And I think this is a good application where maybe having that barrier of 11 and this being below it puts a bright line to me. While there may be multiple locations, doesn't take out small business, but I think if they're lucky enough to have 2,500 customers, it'll in general be very good for Sacramento Street, which is, as we all know, been up and down successful, and we all ultimately want to see it successful. Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for staff: accessory medical versus medical. sorry, Mr. Clark, what's the bright line?
The breakdown?
So medical would not be allowed here, like a doctor's office, or would?
It is not permitted in this district. There is one provision that allows a business or professional service use to be converted to a medical service use on the first story if no residential use or active street frontage is lost.
Okay.
So that's the only provision that exists that would allow a medical service.
And so can you define accessory medical for me?
It being, in terms of being less than 1/3 of the floor area, that's what makes it an accessory use.
Okay. And I guess maybe the question for the project sponsor, please.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
So I don't go into the back of your business because I look fabulous, but
You do.
Thank you. People coming off the street buying products in your retail store.
Yes.
What's the percent that actually go through the medical treatment and then buy it versus people just off the street because?
Well, 80% of our transactions include a retail component. So I would say that when we first start out, retail only is a higher component of our total sales because that's how we establish a relationship with our customers, and that over time we convert them to other services.
And a treatment.
So I would say probably in the beginning, retail is going to be more than half, and it's more than half of our square footage.
So in terms of the retail products that you offer, are they offered anywhere else, or are they privately
Well, our
branded,
retail
or?
products, because we do have a higher level of supervision, we have products that aren't generally available in other places, and so that's a unique offering that we can offer the neighborhood.
Okay, and none of them are like prescriptions.
No.
Okay.
They're just products that have more significant active ingredients in them, and the people who make them like them to be distributed through people who can actually help manage people through the process of using them.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Sorry. So, one, I think we have to remind ourselves, I mean, we're looking at the land use aspect of this, and I share some of Commissioner Fong's comments and concerns. I used to go to the Arc a lot, so I'm sad that that's gone, and I think the street has changed a lot since the Arc left and the hardware store across the street, which I think we're unfortunate. But I think what's key to at least me here is the retail component of this. I mean, I think I agree with some of the speakers who spoke that they want to maintain this retail presence, and I think the store does it. I was looking at pictures of your Palo Alto store, and there is that retail component in the front. You know, the fact that it would just be a skincare retail space on its own would be allowed. We wouldn't be here talking about a CU, I believe, is the case. So, you know, the type of business is not really what we're looking at. I think we're looking at the fact that we want to enliven the street and keep retail in an active street frontage. So I think with the conditions that are on this, that first 25 feet be retail, I think it's good for the street that there's more people coming and perhaps less parking. You know, I think that tends to be good for other businesses. So, you know, I share those concerns, but I think staff has done a good job in addressing them and requiring kind of conditions of approval that retail continue in function as retail. And I think, you know, we all, the neighbors, should be diligent about making sure it doesn't turn to opaque windows and things like that we see in cases that close off the retail. But given that, I'm supportive.
Commissioner Moore.
I think given the length of the Sacramento retail corridor, the kind of generous, really actually wonderful strolling capabilities with many good storefronts, I am not opposed at all to this use, including the refurbishing of the storefront, which I think will be better. Aside from that, I have an overriding concern that has something to do with, since I go to that part of Sacramento very frequently, that the city's parking regulations are not at all supportive of small businesses. It is like 2 minutes and 25 cents or something like that, or even less, like a minute and a half. And it's almost impossible to do the type of leisurely strolling around in that part of a really unusual retail environment to support the small owners who need the parking and a little bit more relaxed use of those parking spaces. And I think in order for us to be supportive, also for those who fear competition, we need to help to address that so that the way we are managing these corridors is indeed appropriate to those people who are there. Obviously, when somebody comes for treatment, and I can understand that, and that's where I think our support needs to come. Somebody will use a parking space longer than somebody who is there for half an hour. And I think it's in that balance where we, I think, have to provide more constructive pushback of how to manage supporting this kind of a store, but not tipping the scale against the smaller business owners. That's at least the way I look at it. And it's kind of, well, enough said. I'm in support of it, but I would appreciate if planning and we ourselves try to manage the other side of that corridor.
Commissioner Wu.
Thank you. I think I have a question for staff. So on the accessory use, the fact that it's 1/3, I'm looking at the plans. There seem to be two types of rooms, something like a laser treatment room and then something that's labeled facial room. So is it only the laser treatment rooms that are considered medical? Is that what we're measuring for the 1/3, or is it both those rooms?
Right. So the medical service for accessory is the cosmetic injections and the laser treatment. The facial treatments are the personal service.
So the 1/3 of the square footage is only what looks like maybe 4 rooms?
Yeah, it's right. It's 1/3 of the total square footage. And I actually can also mention that with the architect taking a look at the land use percentages, the retail is actually a higher percentage if you consider the fact that on the plans in the packet, it shows the percentage square footage based on also including the common areas. And so if those are allocated to one of the uses as they should be, then the retail percentage is actually higher.
Okay. I just want to be clear for the record that it is those 4 rooms that are labeled cosmetic and laser treatment, and that's the accessory use, and that is what needs to be adhered to with the permit.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just ask the owner one question, if you're done, Commissioner? In your other stores and how you anticipate this store to be, what percentage of the clients are booked by appointment versus walk-in? So if there are...
Well, again, it's somewhat of an evolution. A lot more walk-in when we first start, and then as we develop relationships, less. But a good, I would say in Palo Alto, which is our oldest store, we still have probably 20% walk-in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe like a hair salon, if there are 12 chairs.
Yeah.
You can estimate that.
I mean, we always have some availability. We're not 100%,
Sure.
booked all the time. But in the beginning, it'll be a lot higher.
To build up your clientele.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Question of personal interest. How old is the interior of the existing store? The interior picture, unless this picture is taken out of context, has a lovely picture to it. I want Mr. Lerner to look at it. Has lovely qualities to it, and the question I would ask, is there anything to this interior? This is not a 10-year-old interior, this is much older.
People are going to have
Thank
to
you.
come up to the podium to respond to questions.
Sorry, excuse me. The interior looks like it was put in 10 years ago to look like an Ark, Noah's Ark, because it's a toy store. So it's merely just stained poplar, slat wall on the wall, and then all the columns are just furred out to look like the inside of a boat.
It looks more serious, so I'm glad you explained that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, Jonas.
All right. There is a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. Commissioner Antonini's staff actually amended the motion by reading a section into a finding into the record. I'm sure you're amenable to that.
I'm amenable. What was, I should probably hear what.
Approve the motion as amended by staff.
Yeah. That should be fine.
And the seconder is okay with that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. On that motion, then, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places us on item 10 for case number 2015-006.
Break.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Could we take a short break, please?
Let's take a short break.
Yeah, that's what we said.
Let's take a real short break because we're
that's what
trying to
we
get
said
through today.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
February 4th, 2016, I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices so that they do not sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 10 for case number 2015-006700 CUA at 1533 through 1539 Franklin Street. This is a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. I'm Colin Clark, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for a conditional use authorization to allow Pacific Heights Inn to establish a 30-room tourist hotel on the upper 3 floors of an existing 4-story building located at the northwest corner of Franklin and Austin Streets in the NC3 zoning district. The upper 3 floors are currently occupied by a variety of different unpermitted uses which have existed at this site since the 1970s. They include personal service, medical service, and business and professional service. There is a condition of approval proposed in the draft motion that ensures that any unauthorized uses are vacated within 30 days. The existing ground floor restaurant is not part of the project and will remain. It's worth noting that this building was originally built as a hotel in 1905 and operated as such until the 1970s when it was illegally converted to office space. This project is being processed under the Community Business Priority Processing Program. With regard to conditional use authorizations for hotels, in addition to the standard conditional use findings, the Planning Commission is required to consider the following additional criteria. 1, the impact of the employees of the hotel on the demand in the city for housing, public transit, childcare, and other social services. To the extent relevant, the Commission shall also consider the seasonal and part-time nature of employment in the hotel or motel. 2, the measures that will be taken by the project sponsor to employ residents of San Francisco in order to minimize increased demand for regional transportation. And 3, the market demand for a hotel of the type proposed. As a quick aside, this third finding for market demand was inadvertently left out of your draft motion, so Commission Manager Ionin has passed out the revised draft motions highlighting the inclusion of this finding in track changes for your review. In response to these findings and the standard CU findings, the Department believes that the conditional use authorization is necessary, desirable, and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, particularly given the projected shortage of tourist hotels rooms in the city. The sponsor has committed to hiring local San Francisco residents through the city's First Source program, even though First Source is not triggered due to the small size of the project. There will be a total of 7 full-time and 5 part-time employees, and due to the small number of employees, there will be no significant increase in demand for housing, transit, childcare, or other social services. The proposed hotel's occupancy is anticipated to be high year-round. By returning the site to its original tourist hotel use, the project would provide community benefits in the form of affordable hotel rooms outside of the downtown core in close proximity to CPMC's new Cathedral Hill Hospital, as well as Japantown and other nearby tourist destinations. To date, The department has received correspondence from 2 people in opposition to the project. With that said, the department supports this project and recommends approval of the project with conditions. The proposed Bay Area locally owned 30-room budget hotel is intended to serve cost-conscious travelers being priced out of hotels in San Francisco. The use would activate the upper 3 floors that have had unauthorized uses since the 1970s, restoring the building to its original tourist hotel use. Staff asks that the Planning Commission findings be amended to state that the Commission finds that this project is necessary, desirable, and compatible with neighborhood character and surrounding uses as follows and as set forth in the application materials submitted. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Project sponsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eileen Dick, Farella, Braun, and Martel. I'm joined here today by the building owners and hotel operators, my clients, as well as Arnie Lerner, who's the project architect. I first want to thank staff, particularly Mr. Clark, for working with us over this long term getting this project before you, and very much appreciate his time and effort. I want to spend a little bit of time adding a little bit of meat on Mr. Clark's presentation and about the way we will operate the hotel and how we'll go about hiring our employees. First and foremost, my clients are small hotel operators. They've been doing it for a long time. They own about 10 hotels in Northern California. Most of them ranging in size from 25 to 75 rooms, so small to medium-sized hotels. This hotel is within their sweet spot. When they were looking at the building last winter, in the winter of 2015, they were originally told this was basically an office, kind of professional business service use kind of building, wrote a letter of determination and found the zoning administrator to opine that, in fact, all of the uses that were in there that were business and professional services or otherwise were unlawful, and that lo and behold, the last legal use of the space was a tourist hotel, and because it had been abandoned, we had to seek a new CU. So we filed the CU under the Small Business Priority Processing Program. And at the time my clients took ownership of the building, the spaces were pretty fully occupied, but we had a pre-app meeting in July of 2015. Tenants had come, and through conversations amongst the tenants and with the property management firm running the building, a lot of tenants just voluntarily vacated. So by attrition, when we filed our papers on this a few weeks ago, there were 9 tenants left in the building. Pursuant to the condition to vacate the building within 30 days of this project approval, we served notices of termination on those tenants on February 1st. They all are leaving. They're leaving. We haven't heard thus far there's going to be anybody challenging the vacation notice. So the building will become vacant in compliance with that condition. The spaces themselves, actually, the 33 spaces that are there now actually probably mirror what was there originally, and the changes we're making just to reduce the size of those spaces to 30 rooms are to expand the bathroom facilities for the hotel use and also to provide for accessible rooms and accessible bathrooms in the hotel as well. As Mr. Clark alluded, the expected demographics of this hotel are no frills, good quality, basically for travelers and others who are coming to the city either to visit the Northern California, the Bay Area's tourist destinations, or because of its proximity to the CPMC facilities, because they have a loved one or they themselves may end up being a patient there, so may stay a while. So the European style of the hotel is going to fit that demand that's unmet in the city in terms of a good location, a transit-rich location, and a well-run hotel that can get people the bed they need, the bathing they need, and their ability to be out and tour the city. As Mr. Clark stated, we will have 12 employees, 7 full-time and 5 part-time. Not a big business, but we will use, as he said, the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development as a source to find qualified employees. And we believe that Ms. Hester gave us a great suggestion in her letter, was submitted to you today, that we also use the services of the Chinese for Affirmative Action and the Mission Hiring Hall, because they will have qualified folks as well. So that gives us a nice range of organizations to hire folks to work in this hotel. We are in a transit-rich location, and we are also seeking a parking waiver from the zoning administrator. We think that because of the nature of the demographics and their budget consciousness, there's not going to be a lot of folks staying in this hotel that are going to have a rental car. Folks are going to probably use Muni, maybe take a taxi to get there, but there's not going to be a need for off-street parking to satisfy the needs of this hotel, and there is no parking provided there anyways. And in terms of arrival and drop-off kind of situation, I want to we are going to, first and foremost, we're going to change the address of the hotel from 1533 Franklin, which is essentially the frontage on Franklin where the existing restaurant is, to the Austin Street frontage. So we'll do that after approval, and we work with the building department on that. We're also going to provide some kind of signage, again, that will let folks know that, in fact, the entrance into the hotel is not on Franklin, but they need to go up the corner, up Austin Street, to go to the frontage. And again, in agreement with Ms. Hester's letter, we're going to kind of make more robust the type of transit and travel getting to the hotel information available on the hotel's website, as well as at the management desk, so people can have a Muni map knowing how to get around town to go where they want to go. I think with that said, I don't need to add anything, and I would just say we're available for questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Opening up to general public comment. Any general public comment? Ms. Hester?
Sue Hester, attorney for Unite Here Local 2. The hotel workers have some concerns. They're minor, and most they've been addressed by project sponsor already. Our two big concerns that we're asking your attention for is the Exhibit A to, first of all, the recital about who you hire is very important, and the addition of CAA hospitality program as well as Mission Hiring Hall is important. That's on page 2, special findings for hotels. Going to page 5, there's a provision about how you exhibit A to the revised motion. There's a lot of standard language in this motion. And there's changes and modifications at the bottom of page 1 of Exhibit A. Based on being burned mightily by the last hotel that came through the commission, we want the addition of the following language, that if the zoning administrator wants to approve a change of units, and I understand they're not planning on doing it, they would have a hard time, they have to go back to the commission at least to tell you. The last hotel that came through as a 94-room hostel and had large hostel rooms. It was converted way after you had any hearing on it to a 204-room hotel. Based on staff analysis, it said, oh, we're counting heads of people that will be there in beds. And there's no hotel ever in the planning code or in the administrative code anywhere in the city that is other than rooms of a hotel. But all of a sudden became beds, administratively interpreted as beds. So we have at 7th and Market approval for a 204-room hotel instead of a 94-room hostel. So we're just wanting the Planning Commission to pay attention and just get used to depriving the zoning administrator of the ability to change the nature of what was presented to the commission. I'm glad that they added accessibility. That's really good. And the signage. All of the issues that I set out here, I talked to the attorney on the other side, and I think they're in agreement, and I heard as such from their language. Thank you very much.
Is there any additional?
Good
afternoon, Commission. Cynthia Gomez, Research Analyst for Unite Here Local 2, the Hotel Workers Union. We are not taking a position on this project one way or the other, but we did want to speak to a few concerns. One concern is that the Planning Department relies on analyses of project and transportation analyses that have the assumption that hotel employees will be San Francisco residents and that they will be able to take Muni or to walk to their jobs. The conditional use criteria for hotels and motels, Section 303G, requires that the Commission evaluates hotel projects in this context of workforce housing. This particular project might be small in terms of room count and employee count, but given the proliferation of micro-hotel projects that you can expect to see, planning must recognize the dwindling supply of housing that is affordable to hotel employees, as well as the rapid displacement of San Francisco residents who work in the city's hotel industry. The conversion of rent-controlled housing to short-term rentals and the growing number of SROs that are seeking to convert to tourist hotels measurably contributes to the reduced supply of affordable San Francisco housing. This is an essential backdrop to workforce housing. Planning should quantify these impacts as part of every Section 303G analysis. Given the proliferation of these micro-hotels, short-term rentals, SRO conversions, etc., and the loss of rent-controlled housing that result from it, and the resulting impacts on San Francisco's hotel workforce, Local 2 asks that planning evaluate these impacts in terms of their cumulative effect and not simply project by project. I am also submitting to the Commission Secretary, pursuant to the Sunshine Ordinance, the following written summary of fewer than 150 words that I ask to be included in the minutes, as well as a written copy of my portion of the letter. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think this is a very good project, and obviously, as we've heard, this does not remove any housing. I think the last speaker was thinking in general terms about it, but, you know, I think job one is getting a job, and it does create jobs, and I think that's the most important thing. Housing is also important, but you got to have a job to afford the housing. So I'm very much in favor of this project. Converting back an unauthorized conversion into what was originally intended, so I think a lot of the bones of the building will remain essentially the same. With the floor plan shouldn't have to be changed too much. I like using the Austin address, which gives it a little bit more character. And we know that, I don't know if we have the statistics here, but I think historically, in terms of hotel workers, the percentage of San Francisco residents is generally pretty high. So that's a good thing. And there's a shortage of the small hotels. This particular neighborhood does have a few of various sizes, but there's a need for that because a lot of people will visit and stay in a neighborhood and they don't want to stay downtown. They don't want to have to go back and forth to visit guests or friends that they may have in a neighborhood. They want to be sort of close to where the family is, and, you know, because of constraints of the people they're visiting, they can't always stay in the house of their friends. So this is really good, especially with the Cal Pacific Medical Center coming into play. People who may have family members who are patients for a few days in there, they want to be close, and this is another really good use. So gives a lot of the feel of a European type of hotel. So I think it meets all the criteria, and I'm glad those additions were made in conformity with the findings that we have to have, and the findings are included in the revised draft motion. So I'm going to move to approve using the wording of the revised draft motion.
Second.
Commissioner Moore.
Generally, I think it's an interesting project, and returning it to its original use is a good idea. For me, it is more a rooming house. It doesn't resemble as much a European hotel as over there you have the significant attempts on price point hotels that at least include a sink or a toilet on their own, but that's a separate discussion. The point I would like to make is, and that is one directed towards the zoning administrator, I would like to see particularly attention to supporting the alley and the moving of the entrance to the alley in a more expressed way. I think the idea of the entrance on the alley is perfect. I think it gives an identity of address and location, particularly because Franklin is so long you don't know which block you're in when you're driving. However, by saying that, I would like to see a support for the alley as living space. And I'm not talking about shared space, but one which really helps taking some of the unexpressed ideas that we have not yet implemented into activating the alley through its entire length as a positive space. That can be done through landscaping, street furniture, signage. I don't know what fits here, but I want to have an active commitment to the alley as now being an address. And that is very important as we're trying to build the network, and these moves, I think, are beginning points for helping the department to really move from policy into implementation. And I would like this particular project to participate in that. Otherwise, I'm in support and support the motion.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there has been a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. Commissioner Antonini, one more time, as amended by staff.
As amended by staff.
Okay.
Can we amend the motion with the addition to additional attention to the alley? Because I would like to make that part of the motion. Whatever that is, I don't know, but I would give staff the ability to talk with the developer and see that we're really doing a little bit more than what's currently suggested in this plan.
Yeah, that would be fine as long as embellishments to the alley would certainly be a good idea.
Very good, then. On that motion, then, to approve this matter with conditions as amended by staff with additional attention to the alley. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Excuse me. And places us on items 11A and B for case numbers 2012.0262 CUA and VAR at 500 Geneva and 2301 San Jose Avenue. You will consider a request for conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider requests for a variance.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Marcel Boudreau with Department Staff. Before you is a request for approval of conditional use authorization for a change of use at the Powerhouse Building, which is one building within a complex commonly known as the Geneva Car Barn Complex. The conditional use authorization is required because the property is located within the P or Public Zoning District. Historically known as the San Francisco and San Mateo Railroad Company Office Building, which is designated as City Landmark number 180, and the Powerhouse Building. These buildings are together listed in the National and California registers. Both buildings are currently owned by the San Francisco Recreation and Parks Department and are sited on the northwestern edge of the Muni Rail Yard at Geneva and San Jose Avenues. The buildings are maintained by Recreation and Parks, and they have a 5-foot clear barrier around the buildings. The Recreation and Parks Department is proposing an adaptive reuse and rehabilitation program of both buildings. Therefore, the overview of the entire project is provided in the packets. Work will occur in 2 phases due to the anticipated funding allocations and the certificate of appropriateness approvals by the Historic Preservation Commission and the requests by you for conditional use authorization requests will mirror these phases. In Phase 1, a majority of the work is proposed within the Powerhouse to change use from its historic industrial function to a community facility as an events and arts exhibition center. Due to programmatic constraints within the historic structures and site constraints, in that no parking is provided or proposed, the project is not proposing Class 1 bicycle parking and seeks a variance from code sections. Site alterations at the office building are required to support the work at the buildings. The Historic Preservation Commission approved a certificate of appropriateness for Phase 1 work on November 18th, 2015. Let's see, as I mentioned, the entire scope of work is included in your packets. The Phase 2 approvals will be before you at a future date. I have received a letter from Supervisor Avalos' office supporting this project, and I have copies for the commissioners. The project sponsor has more detailed information about funding allocations and the project. I have ended my presentation, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Nicole Averill, Project Director with the Recreation and Parks Department. Thanks so much for hearing this item. I just want to tell you a little bit about the building. Designed by the Reed brothers, who also did the Cliff House and the Fairmont Hotel, the Geneva Car Barn and Powerhouse is the last physical reminder of San Francisco's first electric railway system. It was owned by private railways until 1944, when it was taken over by Muni. Muni occupied the building until 1989, at which point it was heavily damaged in the Loma Prieta earthquake. It sat vacant for a decade, at which point Muni decided to demolish the building, and a group of community members came together to save the building. This group became the Friends of the Geneva Office Building and Powerhouse. The Recreation and Parks Department acquired the building in 2004, and at that time a stabilization project for the building was completed. In partnership with the Friends, a vision for the building was developed as a community arts center, the heart of whose programming is arts-related training for underserved youth, but that also provides arts-related programming for all ages, from toddlers through seniors, as well as a cafe, community meeting room, black box theater, student lounge, design studios, and event space. At that time, and still to this date, there is no dedicated theater or gallery space in all of District 11. In 2010, the building was listed on the National Register. Also in 2010, Adlin Darling Design was chosen as the architect to design the adaptive reuse for the building. This design has received its Part 1 and Part 2 approvals from the State Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service as part of the Historic Preservation Tax Credit process. In 2013, the project received a categorical exemption from CEQA under the Balboa Station Transit-Oriented Development Plan. And last fall, it was approved by the Civic Design Review as well as the Historic Preservation Commission. The renovated, and we call it the Car Barn for short, the renovated Car Barn will comprise over 20,000 square feet. The Secretary of the Interior's standards and guidelines for the treatment of historic places will be applied, as will best practices in resource conservation. It will achieve, at a minimum, LEED Gold status. Based on final design development documentation, the cost estimate for the project is approximately $29 million. Given the high cost, the Recreation and Parks Department, in partnership with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, as part of their Neighborhood Asset Activation Program, the Office of District 11 Supervisor Avalos, and the San Francisco Arts Commission is now pursuing a two-phased approach to developing the building. Phase 1 entails improving the powerhouse only, and Phase 2 entails the improvements to the office building as well as additional improvements to the powerhouse. We believe that a phased approach is more financially feasible, will substantially speed up the activation of the building, and will generate renewed interest from funders on the larger project. The powerhouse is approximately 3,100 square feet with 35-foot high ceilings. It will be an exceptionally beautiful and unique space to hold arts-related programming for youth, teen, adults, and seniors. Arts programming will include both the visual and the performing arts, and will most likely be provided by nonprofit arts providers. Additional programming, such as movement classes for seniors like yoga or Tai Chi, and early childhood development classes could also be offered. The space will also serve as a community meeting space and can be rented for short-term events such as arts exhibits and performances by community and other arts groups. It will also accommodate large events such as weddings, community dances, and movie nights. The space will be equipped with a small catering kitchen and bar, and funding-dependent, a removable dance floor, portable stage, and modular wall system for exhibitions. The Phase 1 Powerhouse project design is a simplified version of the master plan, and the vast majority of improvements to the powerhouse will be retained in the master plan. Phase 1 improvements include hazmat remediation, seismic stabilization, streetscape improvements, ADA accessibility, improved entrances, a new roof, restored windows, mechanical and electrical systems, and a new structural floor with radiant heating. Given the historic landmark nature of the building, we are unable to change the envelope of the building or the interior of the powerhouse, and thus cannot accommodate Class 1 bicycle parking. As a result, the General Manager of the Recreation and Parks Department has committed to allowing employees to store their bicycles in their workspace. In addition, the number of Class 2 bicycle spaces has been increased beyond the required amount. Lastly, the Planning Department has concluded that the Phase 1 project is not a substantial modification to the master plan and thus will have no impact on the CEQA exemption awarded to the master plan. In sum, the Car Barn has sat empty at the geographic center of this lower-income, ethnically diverse district across the street from one of the busiest transportation hubs in the city. It is a graceful historic building with enormous flexibility and the potential to energize the community if successfully adapted for new use. The Balboa Station Transit Plan states that the restoration of the car barn will serve as an anchor for the revitalization of the entire transit station neighborhood. It also states that the National Trust for Historic Preservation considers the adaptive reuse of vacant historic structures to be a catalyst for attracting new investment in the neighborhoods that need it most. The synergy between a restored car barn and the surrounding neighborhoods can reestablish severed urban connections and help to create a successful new town center and arts hub around the transit station, and will allow the car barn to reclaim its central geographic and historic importance as a focal point for District 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers from Rec and Park, or that concludes the project sponsor? Okay, thank you. Opening up to public comment, if there's any for this item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dan Weaver, and I'm speaking today as the chair of the Friends of Geneva office building, the Powerhouse, which was created in 2002. We organized to save the building in 1998 and 1999. Beginning of 1999, then Mayor Willie Brown directed the MTA to cease efforts at demolition and to work with us to create a neighborhood center focusing on after-school and summer programming for youth. In 2004, the Recreation and Park Department made an offer to the MTA to take over the building, which the MTA accepted, and we've been working on this since, as I said, 1999. Not only is the Geneva Car Barn Board in favor of this, but I don't know anyone in the neighborhood who isn't, and it's great to see that this is actually moving ahead. Thank you.
Any other speakers on this item? Okay, public comment is closed, and Commissioner Moore.
Thank you for a thoughtful presentation, and this is a fantastic idea. I couldn't be happier of us being able to still save a project like that. 1998 is a long time to have it stand around. It almost hurts, but nevertheless, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I think it is a small building. I hope that the zoning administrator will be in support of not sticking us with the bicycle requirement, but indeed support that indeed Park and Rec is lending a helping hand of how to deal with people who are coming with bicycles. There's one question I have, and that pertains to page 4 of the report, and under issues of and considerations, Ms. Woodrow, under item toward the bottom of the page, third line from the bottom, no formula retail uses are currently proposed in the project. I hope that we will find the courage to not have formula retail even being a consideration for something which in its scale and in what it tries to do truly express the character of the community. I'm not sure if that's possible, but this currently not proposed is a little bit disturbing to me.
I understand where you're coming from. I think I had the currently because in the phase 2, there will be a restaurant and retail proposed. I think I will let the Nicole from Rec and Park answer about city proposing any formula retail, but phase 2 will be the proposal for restaurant and retail, so there's not actually any formula retail option being proposed at the moment, but I'll let Nicole from Rec and Park speak to phase 2.
I'm sorry, I missed part of the question from coughing, but I think your question is about the retail space.
That's correct.
We had proposed mission-minded retail space. So we were not anticipating any formula retail. We were anticipating perhaps that it would be a gallery for work of local artisans, or maybe some of the students who are working, because this will hopefully have a job training, an arts-related job training component, could work, and it could be a Juma Ventures type thing where they're selling work that they've created as part of the program. At the very least, it will be visitor serving, so it will be connected to the mission of the building.
I appreciate you explaining that, particularly the Small Business Commission and the Mayor's Office has a very active program helping small retailers who want to take on a space like that to reach out to them first so that we really have a genuine representation that this is a community-based and citywide supported effort. So I would appreciate
that would be our
is being
first
noted.
stop.
As
We've
we-
actually been in discussions also with the Excelsior Merchants Association, and they've got a number of groups in the Excelsior working to find retail spaces for local merchants. And
making a move to approve with conditions.
Second.
Commissioner Hillis?
So thank you for this. It's great to see it move forward. I want to thank Dan Weaver, who's, I know, worked for over a decade and put in countless hours trying to get this building, one, saved and then rehabilitated. So it's great. I know Rec Park kind of stepped up and took on this building, probably not up their alley, but did it, and we owe a lot to them for saving this. It's not ideal you're doing it in two phases, but I think it's great to get that first phase off the ground, and I think you'll get to find the momentum to do phase two. Just a question, who manages it? So if somebody wants to use the facility, rent it, have a community meeting in there, who's actually going to ultimately manage it?
we have two different models that we can pursue, both of which the Recreation and Parks Department has examples of. The first could be something like what we're doing with Bodecker, a new clubhouse that's been opened in the Tenderloin, where we have a master tenant, and that's the Boys and Girls Club, and the master tenant manages the building, so would make it available for community uses as well as subtenants. We've got other models where we've got multiple tenants. We've got Mo Magic in Hayes Valley. We've got Self-Help for the Elderly in Chinatown. And so we've got organizations that manage the building for part of the time, and then they coordinate with other organizations. A third model could be we do have a rec park staff member there. So we're not, at this point, providing programming. It won't be a Harvey Milk Art Center or a Mission Art Center, but we could have a rec park staff person there managing the activities of the different partner organizations that would be providing programming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Antonini.
I think this is a wonderful project, and yeah, I would encourage you to have, when it eventually comes to that point, as much flexibility as possible, because allowing it to be used for rentals is going to be a source of funding which will help to continue the ongoing costs of operation of the center. So very good that you're doing all the things you have planned, the mission-driven uses, but it's also good to have the opportunity to rent it out to private parties for events and things like that that would help to fund that.
Our goal is to be able to underwrite our nonprofit partners' ability to provide programming, arts programming to the underserved youth and seniors in the neighborhood, and so to have an income stream to do that is, as you noted, a fantastic opportunity.
Even more the reason to do it, and then some sort of food service that would be available to the public is also always a good thing because, again, it could be a source of funding.
That's right, and we will have a 99-seat black box theater, the only one of its kind in the district, so we hope that people would come and have a bite before a show or stay afterwards.
Yeah. And the other thing, I'm sure this will be coordinated, the pedestrian access is almost non-existent right now. Yes. And I understand that Bart and Muni are revising the entire area because I had occasion once to take the M and then transfer to Bart, and they stop the M about 2 blocks short, and they say, this is the end of the line, we're going in the barn, and then you walk along the street, there's not even a sidewalk, and you try to find your way to get into Bart, and that's how you transfer. So it may have improved a little, but I'm not sure.
There's a lot of activity going on in the neighborhood in terms of streetscape improvements, and we are committed to making the required streetscape improvements to make our building fully ADA accessible. We're working with the Mayor's Office of Disability to do so, and there are some extensive things that need to be done, but we're doing it.
Yeah, that's important. Thank you.
Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions on that motion. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that'll place us on item 12. Excuse me, items 12A. Oh, I'm sorry. Zoning Administrator would say.
I will close the variance hearing with intent to grant with the standard conditions.
Thank you, Zoning Administrator. Commissioners, now we will move on to items 12A and B for case numbers 2014.0519 CUA and VAR at 2100 Market Street, conditional use authorization. And again, the zoning administrator will consider requests for variance. It does appear as though we may have time to get through it.
Yep.
Yep.
Commissioners, I want to introduce you to another new staff member that you have not met yet. This is Jeff Horn. Jeff has been with the department for several months. He's in the southwest quadrant. He has 8 years' experience in urban and environmental planning, working on residential, commercial, transportation, and infrastructure projects. His previous work includes current planning work with the County of Riverside. He's also worked as an environmental planner at AECOM, where he worked on large projects such as California High-Speed Rail and planning projects for PG&E, the City of Alameda, Berkeley, and Santa Rosa. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you, Director, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeff Horn, Planning Department staff. You have before you today a project proposing to demolish an existing and vacant two-story commercial building and to construct a 40 to 65-foot tall, 4 to 7-story mixed-use building with 62 dwelling units and 2,600 square feet of ground floor commercial space along Market and 14th Street to be occupied by a yet-to-be-determined restaurant use. The ground floor frontage on Market Street will also contain a lobby, leasing office, mailroom, bike parking, and will incorporate an existing uni-access elevator. The frontage on 14th Street will also include 2 ground floor residential units and a service vehicle garage bay. The project will also widen 14th Street sidewalk from 9 to 12 feet where feasible and add 6 street trees per requirements of the Better Streets Plan. The project site is located on the triangular lot within the Upper Market NCT district and within the Market and Octavia plan area. The proposed new construction has been reviewed by preservation staff for design conformance within the standards of the Upper Market Commercial Historic District, a CEQA district. The project requires conditional use authorization to Planning Code Section 303, 733.11 to develop a lot exceeding 9,909 square feet, Section 733.44 to establish a restaurant, and Section 155 to allow a curb cut along 14th Street, an official city bike route. The project also requires variance from sections of Planning Code 134 for rear yard and 145.1 for ground floor non-residential ceiling height that is less than 14 feet. The project is one of the last remaining large development lots within Upper Market Street corridor and has always been anticipated for this level of development under the Market Octavia plan. And as such, the project is issued a community plan exemption, and therefore you will be adopting CEQA findings should you choose to approve the project. The project sponsor has worked with neighbor groups to ensure that the project meets the neighborhood's needs. One of the primary concerns of the neighborhood was to ensure that affordable dwelling units remained on site. The developer has agreed to this, and because the project will provide rental units, the sponsor has entered into a Costa-Hawkins agreement with the city, and a draft has been provided to staff. Since the commission materials were transmitted to you last week, the department has received additional letters of support from the Castro CBD, the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition, the Willows Inn, the St. Francis Lutheran Church, and several other nearby neighbors and property owners, and 2 letters of concern from neighboring properties. The department is recommending approval of the project with conditions because the project creates 62 residential units, which are a mix of studio, 1 and 2 bedroom dwelling units, and 2,600 square feet of commercial space to expand housing opportunities and enhance the district. The project site is an appropriate development as infill of a vacant commercial building and underutilized property within an established neighborhood. The property provides needed housing, including 7 new affordable dwelling units on site. The project is well designed and complies with the Upper Market Development Design Guidelines, the taller building elements on Market Street, and a shorter 40-foot element and ground floor residential units on 14th Street, responding to the finer grain residential neighborhoods that abut the Market Street corridor. The project would provide no off-street parking for residents and would provide 62 Class 1 and 5 Class 2 parking spaces, thus furthering the city's transit-first policy. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. First, I want to thank you for allowing us to present today. I know it was a tight schedule, and I really do appreciate you accommodating the project today. My name is Brian Spears from Brian Spears Development. I am a small local San Francisco developer. My last projects were completed in 2014, where I built Linnea at 1998 Market Street, a 115-unit condominium mixed-use project, as well as 1600 Market, which I built at the same time, which was a 24-unit building that contained 23 off-site BMR units. I am here today to present my proposed development for 2100 Market Street. You know, repeating a lot what Jeff aptly described, we're proposing to build a 65-foot, 62-unit mixed-use apartment building, which will replace an existing two-story space that has been vacant since 2011. I will give a brief overview of the site history as well as the planning process for our proposed development. Following my introduction, Alex Ashley from Architectonica will go through the architectural design process and detail how we ended up with the current proposal. A little bit on the site history. Various restaurants have encumbered the site over the last 30 years. Home Restaurant closed down in 2011, and the space has been vacant ever since. In June 2013, the current landowner and landlord was turned down by the Planning Commission for a conditional use authorization to lease the space to Chipotle, which would have been a formula retailer needing a CU authorization. The owner was initially resigned to lease the space to another restaurateur. He reached out to me to discuss other possibilities, and we came to an agreement on a 99-year ground lease. We also agreed I would develop the site into a mixed-use apartment building. This will never be a condo. This site was always zoned 85 feet prior to the Market Octavia plan zoning. After Market Octavia plan was initially approved, it was also zoned 85 feet. Afterwards, it was pushed to lower these heights to 65 feet. So the current height is 65 feet, and we are complying within that height envelope. A little bit of the planning history. We've been working with planning for almost 2 years now. We submitted our initial conceptual design to in the PPA process to planning in April of 2014. We followed up with our EE application in August of 2014. And it wasn't until January of 2015 that we were assigned an environmental planner, and we moved ahead and submitted our conditional use authorization. We are complying with our inclusionary housing requirement with 12% BMRs on site. We are currently working with the city attorney on a Costa-Hawkins agreement, which will allow this to happen. David Sincata, my attorney, is here to answer any questions on that. As Jeff alluded, we are not providing any parking for residents. We initially were going to provide approximately 25% or 15 cars, but after a series of meetings with planning and what's the best use for this neighborhood, we decided that in this transit-rich corner, we didn't really need to provide parking. It was better to activate the 14th Street elevation, and we added 2 ground floor residential units with stepped, stooped entries and to activate that location. The project has gone through several design revisions, which Alex will go into in great detail. We were required to engage a planning-approved third-party historical consultant because of our proposed building would be considered a potential contributor to the Upper Market Commercial Historic District. We work very closely with planning's UDAT team, and we are very pleased with the final design, which we feel incorporated the strong points of our initial design proposals while being more contextual with the fabric of the existing neighborhood. The project does present some unique logistic challenges, including the triangular lot, a Muni elevator on the premises, escalator, and the Muni escalator and tunnel. In addition, we have agreed, where feasible, to widen the 14th Street sidewalk, which is currently a little less than 10 feet, and to set our building back 7 feet from the corner, which we think will add better pedestrian access all the way around the building, because it's a very active corner with the Muni stop there and the Church Street stops as well. I have presented to numerous neighborhood groups, including getting the full support of the Castro Business District, the Castro Merchants, and the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. We did present twice to DTNA. They are not supportive of the current design as it's evolved. In addition, I have full support of the two neighboring properties on my immediate west. They wrote a letter, and they fully support the project, which I think, in my history, is very unusual in San Francisco to get full support from your adjoining neighbor. And as Jeff mentioned, other numerous businesses have expressed support in the immediate vicinity, including the Willows Inn, Joe the Barbershop, the Sterling Bank. So there's a lot of support in the immediate neighborhood. Summarizing, I just feel this proposed project will transform an underutilized site, which is currently an eyesore and a magnet for bad activities, into a vibrant corner with a new mixed-use building that provides much-needed permanent rental housing stock. I now present Alex.
I want to just give you guys a brief history of the design and how it evolved to where it's at right now. I'm going to show you like the first design that we came in to planning with. As you can see in this design, it's got, it's contemporary, it's conceptual, it shows our, our architectonic heritage. And it shows like the main principles that we still kept through the design. Celebrating the corner is a gore corner, and we wanted to mark it. So in here, like in this conceptual design, there's two planes that sort of hug to come together for that corner, which is all glazing. And the other part that we had sort of wanted to play with the concept of the San Francisco Bay window and to make it a contemporary feature. Actually, all those bay windows comply with zoning code for the design of a bay. So those were the principles that, we started with. After we submitted this, we had some basically comments from planning. As you can see, our site actually straddles, like Brian was talking about, over two height districts, the 65-foot, and then on 14th Street, it drops to 40 feet. As you can see also, there's a backyard that's tucked in the back of the building facing the neighbor. And that one actually, we lined it up with their setback so that, we can both benefit from the light and air. And also on Market Street, right on the corner of Church and 14th and Market, in that corner, we pushed the building back so that there's more room in the sidewalk in that area there. We also got some basically comments about the look of the building. Mostly they wanted us to, again, emphasize that gore corner. And one of the things that we did, we added the height to it, as you can see in here. They talked about Market Street as the predominant civic street of San Francisco. So we started to sort of put in these piers that come all the way down to give it a more of a formal look on Market Street. And we also, took out the bay windows and placed balconies in sort of a back and forth rhythm that, when we got, at the same time, that's when we were getting comments from the historic preservationist and also from UDAT. And that's what sort of took us to the next design that you'll see where we're at right now. Things like, bringing down those piers so the building feels more grounded, giving it a top, middle, and bottom, and also just generally using better quality materials and the coloring that's more appropriate to the neighborhood. So that's where we are right now. As you can see, for the top, middle, and bottom, we really emphasize the top with a band of just glazing. And we like how it actually comes forward and ties into with the vertical element that's at the corner again. And, we brought back the bay windows. We actually alternate bay windows and Juliet balconies. We thought Juliet balcony is a good thing to have because it gives people the chance to get air like in a balcony without, letting them store, things in the balcony, which was a good idea. Also, let me show you the other elevation here. So here you can see how, we have 3 bay windows and 2 Juliet balconies. The next row, we alternate that. That, again, comes from the rules for design of the bay windows. And you can see here how also on 14th Street, we're sort of the dropping the height of the building to make it more fine-grained and based on the residential quality of 14th Street. Yeah. Here on the ground level, actually, one of the things about the materials we had siding on the building, and now we're using plaster, and also the structure of the building instead of being wood.
Your time is up. I think the commissioners may have some questions for you at the end of your.
Okay.
Okay, time's up. We're going to open it up to public comment. We might have some questions further for you. Okay. We do have a number of speaker cards. If you want to line up on that side of the room, it'd be great. Sherry Nitz, Tom Malloy, McElroy, Marissa Westbrook, Araconda, Adria, Peter Cohen, David Troop, Kenneth Waldeck.
If your name's been called, feel free to approach the podium.
Hi, my name is Sherry King.
Ma'am, if I could ask you to just bring down the microphone so you can speak into it.
My name is Sherry King. I am an owner of a Victorian in the first block of 14th. I'm here to oppose anything above 4 stories. In the first block of 14th, there's like a little row of Victorians that I kind of circled there. So I'm thinking if a building is allowed to go up past 4 stories, I'm concerned that the Victorians are going to be dwarfed and the tone of the street will be altered. The street, as I understand, is part of a historical district, which I would assume is intended to keep the look and feel of an era intact as much as possible. The owners of Victorians that are part of this historic district are kept to strict regulations to preserve the look and feel of an era. To me, it would be a shame if this effort is diminished by an oversized building, beyond 4 stories. It's one thing for a building on Market to exceed 4 stories, but since this building is also part of 14th, a sudden difference in height on the street wouldn't be appropriate. Also, next to this proposed building are 2 small commercial buildings, the laundromat and the pizza place. I'm imagining that if this building is allowed to go above 4 stories, it's going to set a precedent, and soon, or at some point, those 2 commercial buildings will rise up also. I just think the large buildings should stay on Market Street and not encroach on the neighborhoods. Also, it sounds like there's not really going to be parking for the residents, and I know it's presented as a transit-friendly building, but there's no guarantee that the occupants won't have cars and, add to the parking problems. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. I have to pull up my presentation here.
Tom's going to set up our presentation. Can I pass around now the...
Sure. Thank you.
Well, I was hoping to find a full screen view. I'm not sure if it'll show up full screen. Okay. I'm Tom McElroy. I'm on the Tibos Triangle Neighborhood Association. I've been a resident of the area on 14th between Walter and Noe for 13 years. So I bike, walk, and drive past this particular site daily, multiple times. I'm a big supporter of the development, of course. I'm an architect myself. I focus mostly on modern developments. I work in and among San Francisco neighborhoods, and so I understand the challenges of working in an existing urban context, the complex process of design review. I get that. I just am not convinced that this particular building is, this proposal is there yet in terms of design. So I was going to speak to the design. And also, this is the first of many proposals coming through in the upper market area, and I think it would set a precedent if we have something that's a little bit groundbreaking or impressive, or just sets a bar for others to follow. So, in the upper market design guidelines, words that we focused on are creative, site-sensitive, high-quality materials in the design. So I think that these things should come through. So a colleague of mine on the Land Use Committee, we came up with some buildings that we think are good examples of modern architecture around the world, and why aren't we seeing these in our neighborhood? So, for instance, this low-rise building in Berlin, a random ordering of the facade and features, I think, starts to break down the sort of massive quality of it. I think it's playful, it's interesting, it evokes emotion, and it causes you to pause and think about it. Another building here, this is in Tokyo, Japan. Again, the random ordering of the facade, the different sizes of the openings, I think that helps to break down the mass and, again, adds visual interest. This happens to be a corner building. This is a building in Italy. The building itself has 4 stories. I think it's a rather straightforward design, but the facade treatment breaks up the homogeneity of the order of windows, and I think adds, again, visual interest just in terms of architectural detail. Here's a local example. This is the Richardson Apartments in Hayes Valley. Interesting roofline, the high-quality materials, the random arrangement of the windows, and massing starts to break down the overall large development. This is a corner building.
Sir, your time is up.
Yeah. Okay. So,
next speaker, please.
David Troop with DuBois Triangle Neighborhood Association. I'll try to continue here.
I'm going to try to do the slideshow from current slide. There we go. That's full screen.
All right. So this was another sort of flat iron building that is more visually interesting and has some more unique features that make it not just a Me Too. Mr. Spear's last project, Linnea, was a project we spent a lot of time on that, frankly, we were very disappointed on how the building, once built, looked quite a bit different from the renderings. The renderings used shading to try to make it look like there was a lot of articulation. Oh, sorry, but the final product doesn't. It reads very flat. This is another project on market that is also very vertical and doesn't read very interesting. And we have very similar architecture to what's proposed in the Graystar building that's going up at DuBois at Market and Sanchez. And you've already seen how the renderings of this evolved. I'm going to move on to retail. We've been long proponents of smaller size retail spaces that provide an opportunity for local businesses to to actually afford and prosper in these spaces. The Market Octavia plan spells out that development should include a range of retail spaces from some spaces that are larger and some that are smaller. We were part of a retail study with other neighborhood groups, which found that one of the problems and one of the reasons that we have such a high vacancy rate in our area is the large spaces and the high rents that they command. So as a case study, Linnea came on board, received a certificate of occupancy almost 2 years ago, and right now only one of the 3 retail spaces is occupied. The other 2 have never been occupied, and the one that is occupied by a H&R Block, which is financial services and is not a preferred sort of retail.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Next speaker, and Dylan McNiven, Chase Chambers, Umbano, Victor Kwan, Victor Gonzalez, Rob Poole, and Laura Clark.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Cohen. I'm here speaking today. This is a civilian. I've been long involved in Upper Market, DuBose Triangle. I don't think the initial speakers from DuBose Triangle explained the context, but there was a wave of development, 8 different projects that were moved through over the course of 4 or 5 years in entitlements, and our organization was very involved in every single one of them, and now almost every one of them is built out. A couple of them are in construction. So this is a second wave. This project you have here today is the first of 6 projects that are likely to come to you this year. So the precedent that this project sets in terms of the second wave of development and what we've as a community learned from that first wave is very important. We want to press upon you the details that really do matter. I know there's some folks here today who just want to sort of say, yes, it's all good, but details really do matter. The issue that I'm going to take on here is affordability. You heard the sponsor say they're doing 12% affordable on site. That's good. These days, I don't think anybody would argue that that's a low bar in terms of what we need citywide and as well as in this community. We found that the prices of housing in the upper market have dramatically increased even with all the new development that's come in, and our only tool really is on-site affordable. We haven't had an affordable housing project in the upper market since the One Church project was 15 years ago. So really on-site inclusionary is it at whatever income level that is. DuBose Triangle was part of an effort with a number of community organizations, Eureka Valley, Hayes Valley, Lower Haight Neighborhood Association, all standing and taking effectively a policy position of 20% affordable on site is what the community really needs to maintain its economic diversity. How to make that happen is a project-by-project situation, but it's a position that we have advocated to the project sponsor from the beginning and have had, frankly, zero interest in discussing. No effort on the part of the project sponsor to figure out how can that happen. We realize you commission can't force them to do it, but it's a serious issue for us. I want to point out one aspect of this particular project. Flip forward. Oh, I'll go backwards. That I would argue does give you a handle. If you've noticed from the plans, there's 7 stories in this building. It's a 65-foot envelope. 65-foot envelope is typically a ground floor with 5 floors above. In fact, the Market Octavia plan had a 5-foot bump to go to the 5 rather than the 10, exclusively for ground floor retail to have so-called generous ceiling heights. And the residential heights were also supposed to be generous. What's happening here is you've got a variance request to trim the ground floor by a foot and squeeze in at the upper levels enough space to get a 7th floor. If you did the calculations, that's a 20% increase in the residential floor area. 20% increase happens to be the threshold in Prop C that allows the city to impose a higher affordability requirement. I would suggest, Commissioners, you look at that very seriously. Either eliminate the floor or ask for more affordable.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I want to apologize for all the emails you got CC'd on when I was sending the initial letters around to Director Ram, and I want to thank Director Ram for coming to our Land Use Committee meeting on Monday, taking up his evening to engage. We appreciate his candor, especially on design issues. We think he's really gifted and knows what he's talking about in that area for sure. I want to talk primarily about process. My colleagues have handled pretty much the rest. As we expressed to the Director on Monday, we don't feel the planners have engaged well with DTNA and the developers to get a robust discussion going on any of these issues. And this is just, again, as Mr. Cohen spoke about, the first of 3 big developments. Today it's 2100 Market. Next week it's Prado with 2254 Market. A little while after that it'll be 2201 Market, the industrial site, and none of these developers have been encouraged really to sit down and talk to us seriously. And instead we see designs that are getting less interesting and no movement on affordable. To put up our model in the neighborhood, Forest City, the 2175 Market building. They built a beautiful building there, engaged with neighbors on design, took our advice, and they also managed to squeeze in 20% affordable and still turn a profit. So we know it can be done. If Forest City can do it, we believe Mr. Spears and Prado and Chris Foley can do it also. It's been pointed out that these projects have been in the pipeline for a long time, but no longer than DTNA has been advocating for affordable housing, or no longer than since Prop K was passed in 2014, asking for 33% of all new housing to be affordable. We're in the center of the city, and we're setting a model for the rest of the city. We hope 12% is not a model for the rest of the city. Also, as Mr. Cohen also mentioned, as our neighborhood gets built out, the few remaining developable parcels along Market Street represent our last opportunity to create diversity and sustainability in income levels. Now, what are we asking for? Sorry, I guess I went the wrong way. Sorry. On our last slide, we felt that the best thing to do is to go for, and I mentioned this earlier, postponement, a continuance for 6 weeks. We figured that might be enough time to actually discuss this and figure out some changes in design, figure out how to either add that extra story or get rid of it if it doesn't fit Market Octavia, figure out how we can get some more affordable in there. It can be done, but it can't be done in a week, and hasn't been done up until now. Good last-minute planning is not good planning. So, again, I urge you to continue the proposal for 2100 Market for 6 weeks to give us time to work on a development agreement that will create a building that will be beautiful, neighborhood serving, and truly diverse in terms of income. If you give us a little time, we can sit down with Brian. We work well with Brian. We like him, and we can get something that will be good for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, Laura Clark, GROSF. I think we've got 2 issues going on here, and they've been conflated a lot, and this happens often in San Francisco housing. Number 1 is it pretty? And that's an argument that I have little tolerance for. In 1973, we were all railing that there was a monstrosity on the horizon. It was going to be the sword of Damocles over the city. And that's Sutro Tower. It's lovely. I really like it on my T-shirts. I think that we don't necessarily know what generations will find beautiful and hideous. And right now we're in a housing crisis. And I think that every time we spend too much energy and too much fighting about whether or not we can all agree on what's pretty, we are wasting time, precious time. There are people who are being evicted today, and we need to be creating the housing for the people who are moving here tomorrow. So I urge you to stop delaying these kinds of projects. The second argument is around affordability, and that is one I have a lot of tolerance for. I love it when we talk about affordability because we need this city to be affordable. And maybe we need to change the laws and make it a higher requirement. Maybe we need to say 25% affordable housing. Fine, but let's do that legislatively. We should maybe be doing more forcing people to do it always on site. Fine, but that is an argument that we have citywide. That is is something we cannot let projects that are located on top of muni stations be downsized in the name of supposedly adding a higher percentage of affordability when we all know that that will reduce the total number of homes. And we need to think about the total number of homes that we are creating. And maybe they have shorter ceilings. I'm fine with that. I live in a tall ceilinged place. I don't spend much time up there at the top of my ceiling, you know? We can have short places. We can have smaller places. We need density, and we need it around transit-rich places. Over top of a muni station on a place that's been abandoned, this is perfect. And I beg you guys to not add months to this project by further delaying and delaying and delaying. Every time you all delay a project is another week that a family goes without a home. So I urge you to be efficient in your decision-making process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dylan McNiven. I'm the owner of the Woodhouse Fish Company on Market Street, directly across from the proposed site. I'm also a partner at the Swedish American Hall, which is just up the street at 2174 Market Street. I've been doing business in the neighborhood for nearly 10 years, and for nearly the last 5 of that, the site has been vacant, and it's been a magnet for illicit activity. It's been covered in graffiti, and as someone doing business right across the street, we like to see that area, we like to see that building with some activity in it, and we'd like to see it soon because it's been a long time. I'm not an architect, and I can't speak to how the building looks, but we would like to see something there and something soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chase Chambers, and I'm the General Manager of the Apothecarium. Our business, the Apothecarium, is a high-end medical cannabis dispensary serving 50,000 member patients at 2095 Market Street. We take pride in our business and the operation since 2011 and have contributed to the improvement of the environment at the intersection of Church and Market. Nevertheless, the empty building at 2100 Market, combined with the large supermarket across the street, and several other empty buildings at the intersection have created a vacuum that is often filled with homelessness, public urination, graffiti, other hazards. We believe that the development would substantially improve the environment at this intersection and the surrounding neighborhood. Brian and his development company have an integrity and a track record of success and development in San Francisco, which speaks for itself, I think. We are delighted to support this project and urge the Commission to swiftly approve the building. As a resident at Guerrero and Market Street, across from Linnea, the other project of Brian's, I understand that there are a few concerns about the bottom floor retail space, but I did attend the presentation in November that Brian gave to the Castro merchants, and I think that there has been a considerable amount learned from that project, and I think that they are actually making a very good effort to understand the needs of the neighborhood in a retail aspect. And they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that they had made some changes to the ground floor to address some of those issues, and I believe that there is already more excitement about the ground floor retail in this project. So I do believe that there is a good deal of thought put into this current project, and I personally support it. I've seen that abandoned location go through a lot of really hard times, fires, endless amount of encampment. It is a hazard, and we do need to do something about it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Andrea Aiello, and the Executive Director for the Castro Upper Market Community Benefit District. I'd like to echo what that woman so eloquently said about design a few minutes ago. And I think we all know that design changes from over the years and over the decades. And not so long ago, when that space was zoned at 85 feet, I remember all this talk in the city about the Manhattanization of San Francisco. We weren't that concerned about housing then. Everyone was concerned about the Manhattanization of San Francisco and didn't want density. Now everyone is saying we need density, we need housing, we need housing. This is and it's a shame that that corner sitting over a Muni station now is zoned at 65 feet when it was 85 feet. It could have been 85 feet, but it was changed because of community pressure from community organizations. And so I really urge you not to delay. This project has to get built. It's really important that that corner has been a source of blight for many, 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 many years. The Community Benefit District and Brian Spears has spent thousands of dollars removing graffiti, removing broken windows, boarding stuff up. We have to get that building torn down, and the new building has to be built very, very soon as possible. Any more delays are just going to create more and more blight in that neighborhood. Additionally, the CBD was the lead agency in the retail strategy project that some folks earlier referred to, and Brian Spears was one of the members of the leadership team for the retail strategy. And the CBD, in about 5 weeks, we'll begin implementing the recommendations. And our first recommendation that we're going to be working on is to pull brokers and property owners together at Church and Market to talk about decreasing the vacancy and bringing in businesses, creating a vision for that corner amongst the brokers and property owners so that we can all, and DTNA will be part of that discussion, so that we can all bring in some vital businesses. And that discussion will include the space down underneath the restaurant, underneath the new space. So I'm really not worried that it's not divided up into little spaces. It is a restaurant, and it's always been a restaurant. We just really urge you, the CBD board and the property owners urge you to pass this and pass it now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rob Poole with the Housing Action Coalition, speaking on behalf of the organization's 300 business organization individual members. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. Can I please have the overhead? I'll just walk through the report card. So our members reviewed this project recently, and we're very supportive of it. From a land use perspective, obviously the site is completely underutilized, and it's a destination for bad behavior, and high-density housing just makes sense here. They took advantage of the building envelope with studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms, and with removing the parking, they were even able to add 2 more units along 14th Street on the ground floor, which we're very supportive of. They're meeting the letter of the law with an affordability requirement at 12% on site, and we support that. Obviously, the city had a lot of discussion about what the rate level should be in 2011 and 2012, and now we're having that discussion again. But when this site was purchased, the law was 12%. That was the decision that was made, and we have to respect that. The developer did say that he was open to exploring the inclusionary dialogue concept should that become available, and we would be more supportive of that concept. I'd actually like to come back to affordability later on. I think it's an important topic on this one. This site is about as transit-oriented as you can get. Car-free on top of a Muni station is entirely appropriate. We would support increasing the bike parking to 1 space per bedroom. We think that should be the new standard, especially since it's along a bike lane, and the developer did say that he was completely open to that idea. There's nothing to preserve here. From an urban design standpoint, we don't get into architecture. It's not really our purview, but we do focus on the ground floor because that's the space we all share. And there's this project will encourage active street frontage use, will widen the sidewalks and improve the pedestrian experience. And we think that the townhome or stoop-like units along the ground floor on 14th kind of pick up on the rhythm of the rest of the street moving up. For environmental features, they're meeting the basic standard of Greenpoint rated, and if they can do anything to help enhance those features, we'd be incredibly supportive. From a community input standpoint, we feel they've done a very good job. We understand they haven't come to agreement with everyone, but that's also hard to do in San Francisco. On the affordability standpoint, some people will say there's precedent for achieving higher levels. We've seen that in massive projects like 5M and Mission Rock, but this is a 62-unit project in Upper Market. We saw Forest City do a 80-20 deal, but that's also an entirely different financing structure to achieve that. 12% is what we decided in 2011, 2012. We're revisiting that now, but this project's been in the work for 2 to 3 or plus years, and we have to respect the law as it was. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Johnson, and we're looking at your construction, and there's no tablet. I've been looking over on my Mission Street to do this process. And I've been really sick, but I've been getting better. I've been feeling a whole lot better. And I think a lot of these projects that we agreed on that need to be built as far as the laws, that's been included on that. I did put some policies, and I do have some more policies to put on the policies to ensure that, and of course, contracts for more for building construction and doing other procedures on other contracts. And I'm thinking that the reason why some of these projects on Market Street has been having a lot of neglect and non-respect is because we don't have any bathrooms or anything, and patrol garden. That's I think we need on a lot of these, to respect people and do our members. This is why there's a lot of disrespect, a lot of fighting, and stuff like this going on. And I'm proceeding into high school and college to go ahead and go to university school, since I've been getting better and I'm more, dignity. And also, looking on Diamond Head, I do need a car, and I want that car to be processed and already to be in reserve to be on but it won't be processed here because I have a lot of things that haven't been processed on the police department because they have some kind of revenge against my father and my family, and I would rather have it be processed in close nearby, and that way that we get this proceeding, on road, building contracts and make it and the other procedures on these projects that you can see. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Victor Kwan. I'm a property owner and a neighbor of the proposed project. That was a tough act to follow. Anyway, I support the project as proposed, and regarding the affordability requirement, speaking generally, I think that changing the affordability requirement makes it really tough for projects to get, new projects to be proposed. So I think you'll see that 25% or 20% of a smaller number is going to be a lot less than 12% of a bigger number. Thank you.
Commissioners, Victor Gonzalez. I'm a development consultant working on the 2198 Market Street. We're about 6 months away from completing that project. It was entitled in 2014 with DTNA's support with 12% rental affordable on-site. All of a sudden, there's a lot of recent talk about the housing crisis. There's always been a housing crisis in San Francisco. The DuBose Triangle, Upper Market Street, is probably about half rent controlled and stabilized in that regard. The other half is home ownership for the most part. The second wave or the first wave of development is really the Upper Market Street plan working. These are underutilized sites, whether it's a funeral home or the industrialists or an abandoned home store that need mixed-use development and are getting mixed-use development under the plan. So I think it's a great endorsement of the Planning Department's efforts to improve Upper Market Street, and it's happening with great results. When Chipotle was before you, and I was at those hearings because I was interested, it was urged several times by neighbors, and it may have even been DTNA that said, we don't want another formula retail in there. What we should be doing is tearing it down with a mixed-use residential project above that has on-site affordable housing. And that's what the owners took from that hearing, and that's what they have presented today. So I would urge you to support the project. As somebody said, get on with it. And I will note that in our surveys of current rents, we see rents stabilizing. There's a lot of supply coming online, especially Rincon Hill and other areas, Mission Bay, that are actually flattening rents out. So I think it's sort of interesting that the argument that supply doesn't matter is an interesting one. We do a lot of work in Seattle. Seattle's rents are dropping because they have really developed a much larger supply of apartments and condos than we have. So thank you very much.
My name is Urbano. I am a neighbor. I've been in the neighborhood for like 25 years. I passed through that corner for many, many times. For most of the period of time, has been an eyesore. This development, I think, is great. It's perfect. And if you could even upgrade it, that would be even better. Because the best for 60 units, yeah, it's great. But if you could put 80, it would be even better, as I said. You got transportation. It's in the middle of town. So I am fully in support. Regarding the design is in the eye of the beholder. So I think it's perfect. And regarding the housing, the low income, well, why we put the burden in the developers? This is a problem for all of us from the city. The city has land. Why the city doesn't build housing? No, they want to put the burden in certain individuals. We all should be responsible for that, and we all should be building it, not only certain individuals. This project should be approved and as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Come on up. If there are other speakers, come on up as well. Yep.
My name is Ken Waldeck. It's kind of deja vu all over again. I was before you in 2013 with Chipotle, and the same group was opposing us then as opposing us now. The design, I didn't really, I listened to them, and I didn't realize they were the design czars of San Francisco, and I'm sorry that maybe they didn't look at Tokyo and Berlin for their design, but pick someone in California. I am the representative of the family that's dealt with this property for the last 10 years, and I can tell you that we've tried every possible tenant possibility, starting with Chipotle and a number of small restaurants, which I won't name, but if you want, I can disclose privately. And I just want to tell you that dealing with Brian has been a pleasure. I mean, he's an honest person, a humble person that's building this for his family. He signed a 99-year lease, and you know that he's going to build an excellent building and a design that's going to be worthy of the city. And I'm with everyone else that delaying tactics are just ridiculous. The 12% rule is the rule right now, and to change the goalposts like they were for Chipotle and now to try to change the goalposts in this just is outrageous. So I hope you approve this project. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
I think this is a very good project, carefully thought out and developed, and I really appreciated the architect's presentation that showed the development. And to those who were critical of the building, it was like one group said it wasn't dramatic enough and showed a lot of examples of some really bizarre-looking buildings from throughout the world, and then others said it didn't fit in with the Victorians, and so, you know, they wanted it even more contextual. But I think it strikes a good balance. And the only thing I would say in looking at the pictures that I like the Juliet balconies. There seems to be some railings on the wainscoted area. I'd like to see those, you know, a little bit darker. You've got the gray, you've got the black, and then you need that element, maybe a forest green or a dark gray, to offset a little bit and make sure that those aren't interpreted as floor-to-ceiling windows and make them look a little bit more either solid elements, or if you have those railings, then at least no weird color, just, you know, nice rich color would really help out. So that's my design comment on that. Yeah, this is a wonderful site. I remember when Home was there. You can't get any more transit rich. You've got the K, L, M, J, and N. All of the lines except the T, which is actually an extension of the K, have their origin or are within a block of this site. So certainly very easy to get around those parts of the city that are served by Muni Metro, and not too far from BART to access other parts of the Bay Area. The rule, we passed Market Octavia. After many years, like all of the eastern neighborhood, this wasn't eastern neighborhoods, but it was the same sort of process. It was better neighborhoods, and we established a certain level of affordability, which is what the rule is now, and certainly doing it on site makes a whole bunch of sense. Having post facto laws or trying to squeeze more out of a small development, you know, after the fact is not the way to do business. So, I mean, I think that this is really well done. 2 years in the process. It's at the height it's zoned for, and the units are on site, which is important, and a lot of support from neighboring properties as well as MUMC, now the Castro Business District, Castro Merchants, HAC, a lot of groups in favor of this. And I like the way that on 14th Street the building steps down a little to accommodate the lower height on that area. I like the tripartite design because, you know, those buildings, many of the buildings on Upper Market are old enough that they did follow the tripartite formula, which was around until, you know, the 60s probably. So it does fit in well with a lot of the architecture that's there. And I have no concerns about the size of the particular restaurant in there. Home did very well for a lot of the time it was there, and an even bigger place will do well because it's so easily accessible to people not only riding Muni, but even people who may be driving to the west side of San Francisco. I would often stop there for dinner, and it was a great place to go on your way home. So it makes a lot of sense. I think it's a very good project. I'm in support.
Director Ram.
Thank you. Commissioners, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. First, this project obviously is consistent with the Market Octavia plan in terms of its height and its density, and I think the project sponsor is correct. It had been zoned for 85 feet, and after the plan was adopted, there was a discussion about historic district. There was a historic survey that came after the plan, and the decision was made at that point to lower the height limits at these corners. I also want to acknowledge the work of DTNA. I did attend their land use committee on Monday night, and we had a very interesting and robust discussion about design issues. And if I may, I'd just like to kind of give you my perspective on that and what I said to them. it is, and I know there's a concern among some members of the neighborhood that our design process kind of dumbs down the project and dumbs down the design and kind of waters it down, if you will. And I think the challenge for us is twofold. One is to create a building that is of a contemporary design, and I think we all agree that at least the department's policy for a very long time has been to design buildings that are of our time, but at the same time, buildings that are contextual, and that's not an easy thing to do. The other concern that we have had in the department is when we do embrace buildings that are very bold and very non-traditional, it is very challenging to build those buildings in a way that really comes off, in a way that really works ultimately with the actual execution. It's one thing to do that here and to look at buildings at a conceptual design level, but it is very challenging when sort of bold contemporary buildings are built to get them right in terms of quality materials and details. Doesn't mean that it's not done, and I think the examples that DTNA showed were very good examples, in my opinion. But that is the challenge we often have in the department. And David Winslow, who's one of our staff architects, works on this stuff 15 hours a day, and David, I think, understands these issues far better than I do. But it really is important for us to kind of create buildings that are contemporary, but make sure that they work in the context that they are, without being kind of a building that in 10 years we'll all look at it and roll our eyes and say, why did you let that happen? So that's the challenge we all have. As always with these projects, we will continue to work on the design after you approve it, and we can talk about whether you're comfortable doing that or not. But I just wanted to give you my perspective and the discussion we had that I had with the neighbors on Monday. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I think to the people that were urging us to approve a project and maybe asking why we would delay it, I don't think anybody here is disputing the fact that the neighborhood, everybody included, whether they like this design, this building, or not, feel that a mixed-use project here is absolutely correct. So I think we're all starting from the same place.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
I'm sorry. We're all starting from the same place. I guess question for the project sponsor's architect. I sat through the Market Octavia for 5 years, understanding that the 65 feet meant 15 feet on the ground floor and every other floor was 10 feet. Can you tell me from the design that you created how you got 7 floors and 65 feet, please? Please.
Actually, earlier I mentioned that the building is out of concrete, the structure. So typically, the number of floors that you described would happen if it was to be a wood construction. By using concrete, basically we're reducing the slab to 7 inches. So basically our floor to floor is close to 9 feet, and the residence is getting 8'4" clear ceiling. So that's how we could really squeeze in the other level. And that's what it is. And we're keeping the 14-foot floor to floor on the ground level as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did the grade from church up to the Muni elevator have anything to do with it? Because there's a 5-foot rise in the grade, or is that doesn't have anything?
Well, we measure basically from the center of the street, so that was our. So if you divide the 5 feet into 2, so we have that 30 inches,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how, again, with using concrete as a structure, we could achieve the pretty comfortable floor-to-floor ceiling.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
I guess, Mr. Teague, you and I've had conversations around this 15 feet ground floor and then trying to get extra floors in. We had 2 projects, one at Harrison and 12th, which we approved because it had a superior design, but it actually dug down 5 feet. We had a project at 6th and Clara with Realtex, and I think the floor-to-ceiling heights were like 8'6". And I think you made a comment in that hearing that there is a minimum that you feel comfortable with. What is that? What is that height? And how does this project relate to that?
Corey Teague, Assistant Zoning Administrator. It's true that the planning code does not have a minimum height requirement for floor plates, and there's no provision that prevents a project from using the additional 5 or 7 feet of height that were granted to it to squeeze in an extra floor if that's possible. The question of what we're comfortable with is less of a planning code interpretation, more of a policy call from the department and from our design team. So I don't personally, and the ZA, Scott Sanchez, we don't have a position specifically on the height of floors, but that may be a position that we have at a policy level or a design level, so I would let the director or someone else speak to that issue.
Maybe Director Ram, is there a floor to ceiling height that you'd start feeling uncomfortable at?
Yeah, I think we have typically, so when this issue has come up in the last year or so, we've typically said that 8 feet is the absolute minimum. We actually would prefer higher, but that 8 feet, the building code actually says 7 feet, which is ridiculous in terms of equality of space, but the 8 feet would be a minimum in our opinion.
Okay. It's interesting, I don't think when we did the Market Octavia Plan or Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, we ever envisioned this happening. So we used approvals in the past. One was creativity for the Realtex project at 6th and Clara, and then Superior Design for the build project at 12th and Harrison. So I think the commission at some point probably should introspect and say, hey, are we okay with all these additional floors in these 5 additional 5 feet height districts, or what would the criteria be that we'd want to approve these in the future? What should we tell project sponsors on how we would like those to look? I guess on a design point of view, Mr. Winslow, I know you had a few words you wanted to say.
Only if asked, but
I've asked. So I heard so much about. Let me put this in context. DTNA was one of the leading organizations in the Market Octavia Plan saying, how can you rezone something without doing a historic survey, because you don't know whether you're putting pressure on historic resources or not if you upzone. So we had the historic survey. It identified historic districts, one of which actually is an Article 10 district, which I think 2 years ago, Supervisor Wiener carried. This parcel finds itself in an upper market California eligible district around transportation, I believe.
I believe that's
commercial district.
Yeah.
So given the fact that this parcel is in that district, what specific limitations does it have in terms of design?
Well, let me speak generally, because I'm not
That's
a conservation
That's
planner,
fine.
and so the specifics would be a little bit beyond my pale. But I think, as Director Ram indicated, what we're always trying to balance and achieve is buildings of their time, and in the site in particular, a building of exceptional quality as one that's on a primary transit corridor on our premier street, Market Street, with a dramatic angle to it. Every architect's dream is to have a building of this shape and have some kind of expression, and at the same time balance the fabric of the city, and the fabric of the city even more exemplified by virtue of the fact that it's in this historic district. So there's a kind of a fabric that has to be respected, and there's a desire that has to be inspired. And so the marrying of those two is quite the trick. In addition to other guidelines that apply, the Market Octavia guidelines, the upper market development design controls. And I think this project does a fair job at doing that, right? It has almost a fully activated ground floor within the limitations of having a muni elevator there. It has balconies on the upper floors. And, a substantial, given the size of this site, it has a substantial retail footprint, and then 2 ground floor units on 14th Street.
Right. I guess other question, I know they're asking for a variance on ground floor height by a foot. You're more maybe akin to this than I would be. I'd probably just look at the merchandise and not look up. Is there much of a difference between 14 and 15 feet as a person experiences it on the ground floor?
So, the cases that you mentioned, we look at with great scrutiny. Our belief is that the height limits of the 5 was intended for gracious ground floors. When we see things coming in as trying to fit an extra, quote unquote, fit an extra floor in, we take into account various considerations, one of which is context, slope, use, quality of life. Like, are they doing it at the expense of 7'6" absolute minimum floor plates on the upper floors to do such? And so it's a design as well as a policy call. This one was discussed at the upper echelons of the planning department for some time, and we determined that given all the factors involved, this was a reasonable expectation to have that ground floor height 1 foot less than the required.
Good trade-off.
Yeah.
In
I mean,
your
I'm not
opinion.
speaking as the zoning administrator, but as from the design perspective, as it
Sure.
relates to the prevailing height of the street wall.
Okay. I'll wait to hear what my other commissioners have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
So it was good to see the property owner here. That brought back some memories of a long hearing we had about Chipotle. I don't think you were happy about the result of that hearing, but I think we could say I think we got to a better place. I hope you ultimately agree. I mean, there were a lot of folks on the commission in the hearing room that day who wanted to see housing on this site. So I'm glad we're here talking about that, and we did it in a relatively quick time frame. So I appreciate your willingness to kind of look at this, and I think it was fortuitous you didn't find another restaurant tenant, and we're looking at a housing project here. So I appreciate that. And I think it fits. I think kind of its bulk in massing works here. So I appreciate it and your ability to kind of take advantage of that 5. I think you do that. You get that extra height by taking advantage of the 5-foot slope, as well as kind of knocking down a foot on the ground floor to get that extra floor, which I think works. I don't think the extra floor is kind of out of context here. The two comments I'll bring up is one on the overall design. I mean, I think I like your work, Architectonica. I mean, I've looked at your website and other things you've done, and I think you all do great work. I think this got a little. I mean, I think it got a little lost in maybe it was designed by committee or too many folks kind of inputting on what this should be. I like your initial design better than the first one. I just think it needs a little more on that corner and kind of, I mean, this is an important corner as you kind of enter into the Castro and across kind of two major intersections of Church and Market. So I appreciate your kind of attention to that, but I think maybe it got lost as we kept going. I liked, and I'm sure others didn't though, your initial design. And I'm not telling you to, there's not suggestions I can make to tweak here or tweak there. But I would just like to inspire you, and maybe it's working with staff or doing some additional work on design, just to have the design step it up a notch, especially kind of looking at what you did initially, which I appreciate. And then my second question is about just the 14th Street side. You've got those 2 residential units on 14th Street. Did you look at retail on that side on 14th? I think you may have height problems there as you kind of go up, but is that, because there is a little interesting retail enclave along 14th Street across the street, and as you go up, there's the pizza place. That one block of 14th is interesting.
So a couple of things on the ground floor. On 14th Street, we initially proposed parking there. So we would have kept the curb cut, and we were proposing about 25% parking. We were and we also at that time had a narrow sidewalk. So with the combination of agreeing to widen the sidewalk, which allowed us to probably put our PG&E transformer in the sidewalk rather than inside the building, opened up an area there to activate 14th Street. And we thought it was a better use to do a nice residential ground floor with a couple of steps up and a stoop and some planters there. Because if you look at the rest of the block moving up the street, that's what you see in the residential units as you move west on 14th. And one other comment on the ground floor that I think I wanted to point out, the ground floor requirement is 14-foot floor to floor. And we maintain that throughout the entire retail space. It's as the sidewalk slopes up gently on the side that we lose a little bit of 14-foot floor to floor from grade.
Right.
So the variance we're requesting is the exact same variance that was granted on the 2 other corner lots that were just developed with grade going the other way. And a couple of points, they get a little less as they step their ground floors. So it's a very similar, common request. And the interior ceiling heights on the residential all of them are 8'4" or more interior. So we're not trying to build or sandwich in a 7'6" ceiling.
So but back to my question about, I was asking more about those 2 units that are on the ground floor.
As opposed to going to retail?
Yeah.
We didn't see it as a very attractive retail location based on the current vacancies in the neighborhood and the necessity for rental housing stock. We just thought it was a better use, and it fit the fabric of the rest of the residential buildings going up 14th Street.
Okay. And I'll see what other commissioner says. I think it's something to consider potentially. I don't know if it's viable. I also wanted to appreciate DTNA's discussion on design. I think some of the things we had a similar discussion on Potrero Hill one evening, and I appreciate your continued push to kind of elevate the level of design. So thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
The longer you wait pushing the button, the more you have to respond to. So here I am. I believe that the site is a housing site. I believe that the site is a mixed-use site, something this commission was pushing back as a project, has consistently maintained, and is supporting to its fullest extent. The question is the devil's in the detail. But before I get into the devil in the detail, Commissioner Hillis, I would share your observation that the earlier version of this project was more speaking to me relative to some of the objectives expressed by the public. And to that, I like to say it is very easy to use European examples as an analog to what we're doing. However, those buildings are significantly harder to build here because the approach to housing and how they're built is indeed individual design projects, which we cannot quite realize here to the extent that they are built over there. We encourage the ideas, and that is where I think this project at the moment is trying too hard to do too much and is not really sensitive to the challenges and to the opportunities the site is presenting. And the first thing I like to remind myself of, and I had to go back into my notes, when first we supported the development and the details of the Market Octavia plan, which then was followed by the elaboration on the Upper Market NCT, together with the overlay of the historic district, where Commissioner Sugaya, who was sitting here, and myself, created a very careful overlay for those buildings on 65-foot height, with the provision that their bulk limitation would be B rather than 65X. And that has something to do with the fact that as you go through the sequential experience of coming up Market Street, and as you're losing the strong architectural expression of former Flatiron buildings, we at least wanted to have a common recall on the massing that those new buildings would have. So we made a significant attempt to keep the massing less aggressive than what's currently proposed here. This project has a problem that it tries to do too much, and by using the 14-foot ground floor height, it indeed skips some of the requirements that are very important to many of us. And that is, if we are doing livable ground floor units on 14th Street, the unit that we are proposing here will only exist if the curtains are drawn continuously given the height over finished grade on the sidewalk. And that is just a fact, which gets me to speak about the devil in the details, and that detail is that if we have encouraged ourselves to ask for activated retail and residential facades on the ground floor, the 14th Street facade is relentlessly same, and it gets even further difficult when we come to the blank wall as it transitions of what Commissioner Hillis just a few minutes ago asked, why isn't this retail? The blank wall is a big question mark to me, and then we can get into the details about some of the other things, the sameness of the Juliet balconies and the sameness of the railings, basically creating like a Gabion pattern around the building to hold it together. That just doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Spears motioning, please, if you want to make a comment to what I'm saying, I'd appreciate hearing from you.
I'm just asking the question, what is the blank wall that you're referring to?
This element here on page 11, There is a long blank wall. I know there are no property windows on that wall.
So that wall goes perpendicular to the
That's
neighboring
correct. It
building.
hangs over the retail, and it basically determines what you look at when you come down 14th Street going towards the corner of Church and Market.
But I don't think, Commissioner, we're allowed to do anything but a property line wall there. It's we can't put windows. It's actually not facing 14th Street. It's facing, it's an odd looking,
I'm sorry.
you know, our elevation fans out. and
It's
it
an angle, yes.
It's in a property line. We'd love to do something there, but it's no windows. It's a property line wall that you won't see when you're looking face on the building. It fans out in a rendering, unfortunately, is a problem.
The wall itself, so as it is rather large, there are
It's about 3
treatments.
stories there. We're 40 feet there, and the neighboring building's about 10, 11. And that's where, it's a 1-story building next to us, unfortunately.
The wall itself is not a deal breaker, but I believe that the entire facade and the evolution of the facade, including how the flat iron is indeed the landmark recognizing feature on Market Street, has to be developed more, including, I think, the differentiation in massing, the differentiation in facade articulation, etc. And then I believe that the 2,400 square foot retail, since it only has one point of access, including an internal lobby access as a second one, needs to potentially be conceived as multiple spaces. And even if you only use it as one, it has to have the ability to be multiple spaces. And we have basically had that discussion with so many people over and over and over again, and I know you can do it.
But we're open to, so the space has always been restaurant. We think 2,600 square feet is smaller than the last restaurant. I'm not sold on a restaurant. I don't have a restaurant, so we'd be open to splitting the space. That's not a concern, and we could create other openings depending on the use. So we would work with the commission on that or the planning department, certainly.
I mean, let me thank you, Mrs. Spare. I appreciate your commenting to the thank you. The thing which kind of goes through my mind, but I'm not sure if the commission is interested in that. Potrero Hill was the first group of people who spent a lot of time with the Potrero boosters and with Dogpatch to start thinking about the next generation of buildings and architecture. Architecture is a part of that discussion. And I think it's the same here. With the 6 buildings which were mentioned to be coming down the line, I think we should give this project just a little bit more time, perhaps 6 weeks, and let that discussion evolve and address some of the challenges which some of the commission has just posed. I would be comfortable to make a motion to do that, and the support is still there. It just needs to go a little bit further.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion, yes.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Antonini.
No, I'm going to speak again. I want the staff to continue to work on design, but I think this project has to be approved now. I mean, I think it's been around long enough. I think everybody's pretty much in agreement with most of the tenants except for some of the design issues. And certainly in the past, Commissioner Moore has been very generous, and other commissioners have working with staff and project architect to help the shaping of the final version of the project, particularly with reference to the flat iron portion of the building, which is what you're going to see coming up Market. And I think it could, use something, maybe a little strengthening of the cornice at the top, maybe something more definite along the wall that faces on Market to kind of, bring your attention to that a little bit more. So those are what I'm going to, so I'm going to vote against continuance. I'm going to later, if we vote down the continuance, make a motion to, approve it today and continue to work on design. A couple of design ideas. As you go up Market, there have been a lot of new buildings, and you get a lot of comments from people, I don't like that one, I like this one. Everybody has their own feelings. I think the 2 best are what is known as the Century. I believe it's where the restaurant HO is now. I think it fits in nicely. It bridges the gap between something that has clearly been built recently but fits in well with the rest of the context of the buildings on Market. The Prado building where S&C Ford used to be isn't bad either. It's a little bit bigger, but it tends to seem to do it. And I think some of the features that you have to look at that makes them more successful when they're in context of Market Street, don't overdo the glazing. Too much glazing makes it, makes it uninteresting. I mean, symmetry and articulation are some of the things that it shares with the older buildings in the area. So if we can work on those three elements and still make it interesting, I think that's the direction to go.
Commissioner Wu.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the comments on design. I'm especially interested in the retail space and breaking it up. I think that the other side of 14th actually has really great little retail spaces, and the rhythm of it really feels like a neighborhood, and I think that there's an opportunity to emulate some of that here. I'd love to see it broken up into 2 or 3 different spaces. Although it's in the zoning administrator's court, I'm not sure how I feel about the 14-foot variance. This clearly is a trend now. This is the third one we've seen. I would like to see the 15-foot actually across the whole ground floor. That's not even what's been put in front of us at all in any of the cases. So that just gives me pause. That's it for now.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for Mr. Teague, 65B versus 60-65X, what's the difference? I saw that in my packet, and I kind of recalled the zoning map that we made a mistake on down at the 160 Folsom Parcel 1 for the Trans-Bay and Go. I know mistakes happen all the time, but what would the result have been had this not have been an error?
I would have to look up the specifics, but essentially, when you have an X bulk designation, it basically means we have no additional bulk requirements. The way our bulk requirements work, very simplistically, is depending on what level of bulk requirement you have, once you get above a certain height, the floor plate of the building has to shrink. The measurement, both the length and the diagonal of the building or the tower has to be smaller, so that you get a smaller building as you go up. So because it's an X, there is no requirement to do that. A B, I believe it begins at 60 feet, and I just can't. I could look it up real quick if I can get City Hall Wi-Fi to work.
That'd be great.
If I could, maybe I could ask Corey to also clarify the 14, the base requirement, because the requirement's actually 14 feet, not 15 feet.
Right, and I can
just 14 or 15?
Yeah, so when we rezone properties, for most of mixed-use districts and our NC districts, the requirement, the ground floor ceiling height is 14 feet, and that's measured from grade.
So no variance required on that?
Well, no. So, and then for the associated rezoning that happens with these projects, they get a 5-foot height bump. So that's why it's a 65 height district, or you have the ability in some NC districts to get the extra 5 feet. If you're in a district where you have to get the extra 5 feet just for the ground floor, then it's a perfect match. For every inch you go above your height district, that has to be put on the ground floor. So if you do that, if you're in an NC district where you're not automatically zoned for 65 or 55, and you're getting the extra up to 5 feet, that is a 1-to-1 trade-off. So if you take it to the extra 5 feet, all 5 feet have to be on the ground floor. If you're in a district that's just zoned for 65, and there's a ground floor ceiling requirement of 14 feet, so there's a little bit of play there.
So that was the Real Text project, I think.
Right.
Okay, and this one is the 1-for-1.
Right.
So the 1-for-1 here would mean it would need 15 feet ground floor.
Does this project require? I haven't seen. I thought it was a 65 height district, or
it is a 65 height. That's what I think. That's the point. It's not the 1-for-1 requirement here because it's a 65-foot height limit.
Okay, it says in the packet 60-65-X.
X is the bulk requirement. It has nothing to do with the extra.
Okay, so it's an absolute 65. There's no.
And I don't think
that's right. It's different than the Real Text project because they didn't get the extra 5 feet for the base.
Well, that's why I thought the Real Text project we couldn't require it because it was an absolute. They got the extra floor in because they could. They had 65. It was 65 feet. It was south of Market. Or 85 feet, 9 stories in 8. I'm sorry, 85 feet. So I thought it's actually the reverse. This is one that actually requires it. The Real Text, the reason why we voted on the 9 floors and 85 feet was it didn't require it.
No. Clarify it.
I think before we go on, we probably
I'll
need
look into that.
clarification. Okay. I think the other thing, I second the continuance. Here we have a developer that's part of the neighborhood, part of the fabric of the neighborhood, love the guy, and I think the neighborhood loves you too, Brian. We have some folks in the neighborhood who actually, want to have this happen right away. We have some folks in the neighborhood that want a little bit more time. I go back and look at, every building in the upper market, DTNA has worked with the developer to get a good project, and they've never actively opposed one. In fact, I think, Brian, in your Linea project, I think when we had the approval, you actually got up and said it's a better project because it was the process. I know you've waited a long time, but I just think a little bit more time working with the rest of the neighborhood and getting design a little bit better, you're going to have a complete winner here, and we'll be singing Kumbaya.
Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, so I'm a little torn on this. I mean, I want to be supportive of this project. I think it's the property owner and the developer are doing the right thing on this. I would typically support an approval here and have staff work more on the design issues. I think one of the trickier things here, though, is kind of trying to do something with that 14th Street facade and maybe the retail. 6 weeks feels a little long to me to be able. I'd like to encourage this to get back to us with design changes quicker. So, I'd like to see that 6 weeks shortened somewhat, so I could support it, because I think it's a good project. I think they've done the right thing. We were here a long time ago, encouraging them to do a housing project here. So, I'm supportive. I want to be supportive. I think it needs some changes. I'm not quite sure we need to continue it for that long.
Commissioner Moore.
Zoning Administrator Teague, did you find the provision for the Upper Market Street NCT regarding 15 feet? Sarah Dennis led us, with the support of the director at that time, to undertake that extra effort on top of the Market Octavia plan, followed a year or two later. And I distinctly remember that it was 15 feet and for a purpose. I must have struggled with that, but I might not properly remember. I'd like you to verify that, please.
I'm not sure if I can verify exactly what you're asking, but I can go back to the question about how does the ground floor ceiling height play, and is it a one-to-one trade-off? There did appear to be a bit of a drafting error when this was rezoned in terms of the height, and it was rezoned a height of 60-65. The only districts where you can get the extra 5 feet, kind of the one-to-one trade-off in NC districts, apply to 50 and 40-foot height districts, not to 60-foot. The intent here was to be, and the zoning administrator has already opined on this, that the intent here was to be just a 65-foot district. So in this situation, it is not a situation where for every inch above 60 feet, you have to provide that height on the ground floor. It's just that you have a 65-foot height district, and if you do ground floor non-residential uses, then the minimum ground floor ceiling height requirement is 14 feet.
Okay, so no variance required. Okay.
Well, no, there is a variance required for this project, and that is because there is
for the rear yard.
No, we also for the ground floor ceiling height, because there's a question of where do you take that measurement from. When you have a slope, when you have an angle, and it's the same issue when we measure just the height for the building, right? If you have a sloping project, the down point of the slope is going to be higher than the midpoint or upslope, and so in this situation for this project, at the corner where the retail entrance is proposed, they do meet the requirement. It is 14 feet there. But as you go up slope and as you get to the center line measurement where we take it for this project, they're deficient by 2.5 feet.
It's too much.
Oh, okay. I'm interested to hear, Commissioner Hillis, what your idea of a shorter timeline is. I'm not here to stop housing either.
I'd say 3 to 4 weeks. We could do 4 weeks.
4 weeks, 6 weeks, I don't care. It depends a little bit of what Secretary Onen has for us. Perhaps it's 31st.
March? No.
31st,
well, 4 weeks puts us on March 3rd.
To me, 6 weeks,
Let's do March
2 weeks
3rd.
later.
Can we do March 3rd?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
March 3rd.
March 3rd.
Just to be clear, we have 2 commissioners out on March 3rd.
Well, if everybody's
We're
going to
gonna
be
be
singing
singing
Kumbaya.
I trust this process will hopefully be a 5-0 on March 3rd.
Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Richards has.
I'm okay with the amendment if you are.
I wanted to make another comment.
Okay, hang on. Anything else, Commissioner Richards? Okay, Commissioner Moore.
If the commission votes in the continuance, I would like to ask that we look at the usefulness and livability of the 14th Street units, which at this moment can only be full curtain because they sit too low over the sidewalk. So as we're discussing the ground floor height, I would ask, and that would really drive it home, that the residential units participate with livability and non-drawn curtains on the sidewalk, as we all know what that takes. At the moment, that doesn't happen. And I think that is a challenge because it's in your interest. And again, when we do these projects, lots of things, dimensions, reading across. At this moment, it doesn't work. That tracking back, you can then determine of what the ground floor on the retail side will be. The challenge will be to animate the entire 14th Street side in the way that we're just asking for. And that's just like a footnote to asking for a continuance.
I am not going to be supportive of the continuance. I think you have a developer here with a proven track record in San Francisco, a proven track record in this area, seems to have been responsive to the needs and questions of the area, has a history of retail as well as dwelling units above. I think by continuing this further, even 3 weeks, you're denying units to be built in San Francisco 3 additional weeks. Commissioner Richards.
I echo Commissioner Wu's concerns about the 14th Street. I mentioned this to Mr. Spears when I met with him yesterday. I would look at potentially having commercial spaces there instead of housing units.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the continuance either, but I think it's very important that the commissioners make it completely clear, because it looks like they probably have the votes to continue. We're talking, in my mind, about the use of 14th Street, whether that should be residential or it should be commercial, and perhaps there was some mention of the size of the commercial space. I didn't hear a lot of that. And then I heard design concerns with particular reference to the Flatiron section of the building. And maybe the other commissioners, I made my comments already about the design things that I thought would add to the richness of the building, but perhaps other commissioners could weigh in exactly what they want the project sponsor to do during the period that's being continued. And as far as I'm concerned, all this discussion about affordability is over. I mean, there'll be public comment, but I mean, I think we're in agreement that this project is doing what it has to do there, but the design needs some work, perhaps.
So let me ask someone from project sponsor to be clear about what the commissioners are asking you if the continuance is approved.
So I really appreciate, trying to move this forward. I think everybody is trying to do that here. And I'm getting a lot of different directions, as happened to me through this whole design process. It's very difficult. A couple of things I just want to clarify. Those ground floor residential units, were requested to activate 14th Street. We could have probably done retail there, but those ground floor units have 10-foot ceilings inside. They're really nice units, and we thought there's a lot of vacancies already in the neighborhood that we didn't want to look for small. 14th Street is not as attractive as Market Street for retail. I just got to be honest with you from a business perspective and what's going on in the neighborhood and what's on 14th Street. So that's one. We could certainly consider going back to retail there. The other thing is this 14-foot height. It's confusing as heck, and the problem is it's 14-foot floor to floor for the retail space. We're on a slightly sloping triangular, very challenging lot. When we come into our retail space, we are 14-foot floor to floor as required. Throughout the entire space, we are 14-foot floor to floor as required. The sidewalk gradually slopes on Market Street. So in some areas where our bulkhead is, the sidewalk is slightly above the ground floor retail. The same exact variance that the other two corners got go in the other direction using the 14-foot metric. I'm just not sure if the commission is suggesting to me to go back to a wood frame building with 14-foot floor plates and eliminate a whole story of housing that's 8'5" ceilings in the interior. I feel that's not what we're trying to achieve from a density standpoint. So I'd like some clear direction there if that's what's being suggested. But the reason we did the variance is because it slightly gets under the sidewalk grade measurement in certain areas as you go up the street. I just wanted to kind of clarify and get direction because if I'd like to get this approved today and continue to work with staff, we're very open to working design. I think the planning staff will agree. We're very amenable to try to work on design with them, but I don't know what I can do different that not getting approved now doesn't achieve. I am more than willing to work with staff, so I just want to leave that up to you guys. And again, I really appreciate, I know we're trying to work together on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards?
I guess question for the zoning administrator, one more time coming at it from a different point of view. The additional floor in the 65 feet is no type of additional entitlement or upzoning. It's just, it's achievable, and it can happen and it works, given the construction type.
Yes, there's nothing in the code that limits the number of floors that they're able to avail themselves of.
In your opinion, concrete construction is better than wood frame?
I don't think I'm really in the place for that. I mean, they are different types and in different ways, yeah.
Okay, I was just imagining that concrete's probably better in an earthquake, but maybe not. Okay.
It falls down to
I'll leave it to Mr.
It's
Hiller.
just not properly designed.
Commissioner Hillis.
So just to clarify, I mean, I'm not, I'm typically supportive, and I would typically say go work with staff on, if it was kind of the facade design of the project. I share Commissioner Moore's concerns on 14th Street, especially with those units. I do think they should be retail. I mean, if you walk down that 14th Street, that one block of 14th Street, it's rare to look into someone's retail. It's either kind of garage with stoop up. I mean, to look in somebody's residential, it's usually garage with stoop up, or it's retail. And so I think you are going to have, what you are going to have is this dead space, because you're going to have people who don't, on a busy corner, there's a big Muni stop there, drawing their curtains. So I mean, I just want to challenge you all to kind of solve that. And I think just putting retail in may be a little difficult because you got to access it, and you're a little below grade at that point as you come up the hill. But whatever. So, I mean, if we could say, do retail in that space, I could approve it and do retail and work on design, but I'm not sure you can. With that, I'm not sure you could access that retail from 14th Street the way you've built that building. But if you want to come up and tell me how, yeah. Because your residential units there are below grade.
The residential units aren't below grade. The residential units, we actually step up into the residential units. If you look at the drawing, there's like 3 or 4 steps up into each residential unit, because we still have, we stepped our floor plates there. So we step up to the unit, there's a stoop there that mimics the existing stoops going up 14th Street, and it has a turn to come in for privacy. So we kind of mimic the existing fabric there. But certainly I would be open to retail there. If you guys really think retail is better, that's not like a sticking point for me. We actually thought it was a great addition to the project. But no, and they end up with a 10-foot clear height in there as well. We could put the section up that kind of demonstrates it better.
Put it up on that. Put it up on the overhead.
I don't know how to turn this on. Oh, there.
It'll come up.
Alex, you want to walk them through this? You're better than me. Why don't you? But you can see the steps coming up into the retail space, the residential space there. And you see you turn the corner to go into your unit, and you notice the planter there that at the sidewalk with the nice plants in there to give privacy as you come into your unit. Very similar to what you'll see all over that neighborhood. It's right here.
You can see actually this section cut through that residence here. We actually intentionally put it on the stoop so that it's not on the sidewalk.
Right.
And still has a 10-foot 6, floor to.
But the retail.
Sir, I'm sorry, you're going to need to speak in the microphone and just point at the
So if you eliminated that
photograph.
stoop and did retail, how tall are those?
So that would be the challenge, because it's a difficult lot. So we have 260 feet of lineal frontage. Typically in San Francisco, you're building lot line to lot line, you have like a 25 to 50-foot frontage. It creates all kinds of problems, and it's a sloping lot. So when we get back there, for us to achieve 14 feet would be really difficult if you wanted a 14-foot height there. That's why also a 10-foot residential space, which kind of picks up on the rest of the street, we thought was really well. Well, we could certainly, look at retail there, but that's the challenge we face. We got, the lot slopes 6 feet from one end to the other.
No, I get it, but I think it's equally...
But you would typically walk into the front of a building, and that slope is alongside property line walls with adjoining buildings. You don't notice it. Here, we're exposed all the way around is the issue.
But I think you agree, if you walk up 14th Street, you don't look at, that's a well-traveled street with a, well-utilized bus stop on 14th and then the Muni Station on
Correct.
Church and Market.
Absolutely, yeah.
People aren't, they're not going to, it's not going to be, like Commissioner Moore said, where people are kind of sitting outside on their stoop or allowing people to look in. I think it's going to be a little bit dead with.
I can argue with you. I think you're correct. We are widening that sidewalk from 9 to 12 feet and trying to create a better pedestrian experience, but it's a ground floor. I mean, I think it'd be a very attractive unit for somebody, in my opinion, based on what I see in the neighborhood, based on the in-law units, how popular they are. But again, I defer to you guys. I mean, I just think it's a great use. And it does. We have pictures of existing buildings that are very similar with ground floor residential.
Right. So I'll see what other commissioners say. I mean, I think I could be supportive if we ask for you to work with staff and on the design and do retail on that 14th Street.
I'm willing to look at that, certainly, and work with you guys, yeah.
Commissioner Wu.
I just wanted to close the loop on the 14-foot ground floor. So I think the zoning administrator has explained that it is 65 feet without a specific ask to increase the ground floor. So that's sort of a different situation than we were talking about on those other cases.
Correct. I'm not sure exactly what the situation was on the other cases, but in this situation, there's no requirement for the additional height over 60 feet to be put into the ground floor. And just to add, if the project does consider retail on the 14th Street frontage, then it's going to create the same variance requirement. They would either have to meet it, which would theoretically be losing a floor, or it would trigger a variance for that as well.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess I would be okay if the project sponsor agreed to put retail there, because and then have you work with staff on the design if the maker of the motion would agree, because 14th Street all the way up to Belcher on the other side of the street is completely retail with no vacancies, and it's an active street front. This one's probably even going to be more active. There's a bus stop in there, so that was a flag that I had right away. I had a coworker that lived at 759 14th, and she was on the ground floor, but she was 3 feet off. She never had her curtain open. Every time I went over to her house, she had the curtain drawn because everybody's looking into her window. So I just don't see residential on the ground floor there. So I'd be open to withdrawing my second if you could deal with that.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm prepared to let creativity decide if it's retail or residential, partially because at this moment it's the relentlessness of the 14th Street facade together with the fact that the ground floor isn't animated enough. So it's a balance, but as if Mr. Spears steps back to really re-examine the project and a creative design approach to it will answer the questions no matter what's down there. So I'm not going to have him, I'm not going to do as much land use as I'm for an elevated approach to the subtleties that surround the property on all ends. That would be my strongest suggestion.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, so it sounds like the motion is no longer seconded, perhaps, and
no, it's still seconded.
It's still seconded as long as, I guess you wanted, Commissioner Richards, you want it to definitely not be residential, to be retail.
Right, but I'll defer to Commissioner Moore's urban design experience. I don't know what it should be, but the first thing the sniff test was residential just didn't work there.
Other people will weigh in. It's whatever feels right, that's what it will be.
So do you still have a continuance motion?
Yes.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there is a motion that has been seconded to continue this matter to March 3rd with Commission comments. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
No.
Commissioner Hillis?
No.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So
I'm sorry. You guys almost got me. It's the first time in 6 years. I am not supporting the continuance, so that is a no vote.
Very good, Commissioner. Then that motion fails, 3-3. Is there an alternate motion?
Commissioner Richards.
I move to approve the project to have the project sponsor work with staff on the appropriateness of the retail versus residential spaces on 14th Street, as well as the overall design to allow creativity to be unleashed.
Second. That's a motion to
We have a
approve and
report
work with
back?
staff.
Motion to
Breaking up
approve.
retail or no?
What's that?
Breaking up
So that's a
retail or
motion
no?
to approve.
I'm going to let, I think I'll defer to Commissioner Moore. We'll see exactly what comes out of it, but I think our strong sense is that it's retail.
But my question is about breaking up the larger retail space or not.
That will require that.
Can I have some input, please?
Can I suggest that what I think that I heard is the ability to break it up, but
Right.
openness to have a single user if that's the
Yes.
the preferred approach. Is that fair?
Yes.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I seconded. I'm in favor of the motion to approve and continue to work with staff to answer the questions that have been brought forth by the commissioners.
Commissioner Moore.
I like to add an additional request, and that is that representatives from the community are able to participate in ongoing review, similar to what we're doing on Potrero. Right. Partially, the request is not that staff can't do it, but I think we want to help broaden the discussion of what the community sees. There is still support for the project. However, I think those extra voices need to be there.
And I'm fine as seconder with that information.
Commissioner Hillis.
Mr. Cohen and Mr. Troop, or did you hear that we're asking you to be a part of the design process? Is that okay with you? Okay.
Commissioner Hillis.
I would just like to, I mean, maybe it's not part of the motion, but strongly encourage at least one of those residential spaces turned to retail, because I do think that 14th Street, space, but it doesn't have to be part of the motion. I'd prefer it to be, and I would just ask for a look back, that we come back and it's presented, at director's report or somewhere more formal than a memo to us about the design area.
Commissioner Moore asking for those to be retail spaces.
Or at least one.
Your thoughts on that?
At least one additional retail.
I really don't have an answer because my larger questions about the project are very clear. The space at the moment on the corner doesn't work, partially because as you're going up 14th, it's buried too much, which then takes its toll as you move further up 14th Street.
Okay, so I'll change my motion to ask for retail spaces along 14th Street. Well, I think having one residential space is worse than having two.
So I would have to agree to. Now it's project sponsor. Could I ask you about this before I second this? Is that going to be, we're approving it, but we're going to apparently ask that they be changed to.
I'm really amenable to retail on 14th.
Great.
Yeah.
All right,
And
cool.
it's going to be some logistics. It's a very challenging site because of the slopes and the triangular shape, and I can't bump the whole building at the eastern side of 14th Street up 6 feet. So, but I think I could do a really nice retail in that corner based on the existing fabric, and the size of the project. So I'm more than amenable to do that.
Perfect. Wonderful. I changed my
Mr.
motion.
Sincotta.
Excuse me. Just to add, the variance that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Teague would be required to be, and I think it's already noticed properly for the entire site. So it would have to be on 14th Street as well.
Okay. I changed my motion.
Okay, I'm fine with seconding the new motion.
Okay. Commissioner Hillis.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to make that same point, that, we'd be supportive of the variance, even though we don't opine on variances.
Let me just kind of wrap this up to the project sponsor team. And, hearing everyone's comments, some technical, some design related, but very much from a layman's term, I think the 14th Street side of that building, I think we're asking you not to underestimate that quality of that building, the activeness, whether it's half retail, half residential, whatever, but that's a pretty cool space. And like some of the cool Flatiron buildings in New York City, both sides of the street are equally as important. So 14th Street, I think, is the main message to keep that active. But I thank you. Could you call the question, please?
Yes. On that motion, then, to approve this matter with conditions as amended to include that the sponsor continue working with staff on design, providing retail along the 14th Street frontage, including retail size flexibility, and that the community to be a part of the design process, and that there would be a formal report back on the project's new design. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Excuse me?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0.
And I will close the variance hearing for the rear yard and the ground floor ceiling height, and make a note that I will take them under advisement, including potentially considering the rear yard variance as a rear yard modification under Planning Commission section, or Planning Code section 134E.
Very good, Commissioners. It'll place us on our final two items. Number 13 for case number 2014.1192C at 2310 Market Street. This is also a conditional use authorization.
Commissioner Richards.
I own property within 500 feet, so I move to recuse myself.
I think we have to do it.
Move to recuse
Second.
Commissioner Richards.
On that motion to recuse Commissioner Richards, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. You are hereby recused, Commissioner Richards.
Okay. Good evening, President Fong and members of the Commission, Veronica Flores, Department staff. The item before you is a request for a conditional use authorization to legalize an existing tobacco paraphernalia establishment at 2310 Market Street. The property is located within the Upper Market Neighborhood Commercial District and a 50X height and bulk district. The property is developed with a 4-story building with 17 dwelling units on the upper floors and 7 commercial businesses on the ground floor. The project is to legalize an existing retail store doing business as Cohiba Gifts and Smoke Shop, and is the result of an enforcement case. Cohiba first opened at the project site in 2013 without proper planning review. The existing tenant space measures approximately 400 square feet, and the size would not change as part of the project. The proposed hours of operation are between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily. The business sells primarily tobacco paraphernalia with gift sales as an accessory use. All sales of products will be for takeout, and there will be no consumption on site. Please note that the Department of Public Health regulates permits for the sales of e-cigarettes. The item before you is because the business fits the Planning Code definition of tobacco paraphernalia establishments, because more than 10% of the occupied floor area is dedicated to tobacco paraphernalia. The proposal is not a formula retail use, and there is no increase in the concentration of tobacco paraphernalia establishments in the Upper Market NCD. Tobacco paraphernalia establishments represent less than 1% of all storefronts within the Castro and Upper Market NCDs. To date, the department has received 1 letter in support of the project from Castro Merchants, which was received after your packets were delivered, and I have copies available for commissions at this time. Although not required for the purposes of this conditional use authorization process, the planning department requested that the project sponsor host a pre-application meeting according to department standards. Adjacent property owners and occupants to the subject property and neighborhood organizations from the Castro Upper Market areas were invited. The majority of comments received during this meeting were in support of the project. The department recommends approval with conditions and believes that the project is necessary and desirable for the following reasons. The project promotes the continued operation of an established business and contributes to the viability of the overall Upper Market NCD. The project would not displace an existing retail tenant providing convenience goods and services to the neighborhood, and would not result in a net increase in the number of tobacco paraphernalia establishments in the area. The project meets all applicable requirements of the Planning Code. This concludes staff's presentation. I am available to answer any relevant questions.
Hi, project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon. Ahmad Lariza, the project sponsor. This project is so small. What we're asking to increase the. Let me tell you the story. It was a funny story. A couple of weeks ago, I was listening to the news that Walmart opening a huge place in northeast, and they drove all the small businesses out of town. And then by the time the Walmart realized that there is no more profit in that location, they shut them down. So therefore, the neighborhood didn't have a small little businesses selling foods and goods and stuff like that. So this is exactly, we have the same location, a block away from a CVC pharmacy. They're selling all kinds of gift and things that is people usually go and get. This store is such a small little store that 400 square feet that we will try to have more tobacco product than gift, because nobody actually come to the store and buy some gift and jewelry or whatever, a card or something. So, and amount of square footage is only 400 square foot. It's less than 100 square foot. If you go by the code, you have the tobacco item. There's nothing left on that store. So there is no income coming out of this. And we'll appreciate if you can approve this project. And I'm available for any question.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this project? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Just legalizing an existing use, and I move to approve.
Second.
On that motion, Commissioners, to approve this matter with conditions, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu. And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0 and places you on item 14. For case number 2015-002171 CUA at 3606 Taraval Street. This is also a conditional use authorization.
Good evening, President Fong and Commissioners, Andrew Perry, Department staff. The case before you is a request for conditional use authorization to convert a vacant 900 square foot ground floor commercial storefront into a retail and limited restaurant use. The project is located at 3606 Taraval Street, and this conditional use request does not include any proposal for the adjacent storefront at 3608 Taraval on the same lot, as the owner is still working to find a tenant for that vacant space. The project is within the westernmost portion of the Taraval Street Restaurant Subdistrict, zoned NC1, which requires conditional use authorization for limited restaurants. The proposed business would operate as a retail surf shop and clothing store, and would include a small coffee and espresso bar in the front portion of the store that would also sell limited amounts of already prepared baked goods. The project on the whole is necessary and desirable for the neighborhood, despite the resulting further overconcentration of eating and drinking uses in the vicinity. Specifically, this project would increase the eating and drinking use concentration within 300 feet from about 63 to 65%. The recent increase to 63% was achieved when the Planning Commission authorized the conditional use for a restaurant at 3657 Taraval Street in March of last year. The concentration percentage is especially high on this block as there are a limited number of commercial storefronts from which the calculation is derived. This project represents a very minimal increase to the overall concentration and also incorporates a retail component, which helps to maintain a diversity of uses in the district. The subject storefront was vacant in 2012 when the project sponsor took over the lease. The adjacent storefront at 3608 Taraval has had a documented history of enforcement violations for illegal gambling uses and the possible creation of a illegal unit at the ground floor. This project will activate a storefront and contribute to the improvements that this block has seen over the last couple of years. Since the staff report was published, 18 letters of support were received, along with 2 additional letters of opposition, bringing the total to 3. The project is an independently owned and operated local business, and the department recommends approval of the project with standard conditions, as the project complies with the applicable requirements of the planning code and is consistent with the general plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Hello and good evening. My name is Eddie Choi. I am the property owner and project sponsor.
I'd like to start by mentioning I'm a longtime resident of San Francisco. I've lived in the outer Sunset for over 11 years. I'm also an avid surfer, and I do consider Ocean Beach and the community out there as my permanent home. As Andrew stated, I'm proposing a surf shop and coffee bar at 3606 Taraval Street. That's in the westernmost part of Taraval between 46th and 47th Avenues. I'd like to start with a short presentation. If you get the screen. Okay, it's a little hard to see. First, taking a look out by the beach, there are only 3 main commercially zoned hubs, Judah, Noriega, and Taraval. Over the last few years, we've seen a much welcome change with a surge in great new businesses. However, this has been rather limited to the northern streets of Judah and Noriega. With such limited commercial zoning relative to the amount of housing and residents, there's a need for more impactful quality businesses to serve the neighborhood, especially towards the south end of the beach. Now going down to the project site, Outer Taraval. Out of 11 commercially zoned units, only 4 have operating businesses. Those are Ton's Cleaners, Brothers Pizza, Bashful Bull Diner, and Bela Med Spa, whose building is currently on the market for sale. This has been the most neglected block in the Outer Avenues for quite some time. Since I am proposing a surf shop and coffee bar, I'd like to note that the nearest espresso coffee is currently at Java Beach on Sloat, which is 4 blocks away. Additionally, with the move of Aqua Surf Shop, there are no surf shops near the south entrance to San Francisco or within close proximity to the El Muni line. On the upside, over the course of the last year, the city has revamped the streetscape on the block, priming the area for new businesses. The work performed included repaving the road and sidewalks, constructing bulb outs to slow car traffic and cater towards pedestrians, new landscaping including the planting of palm trees up and down the street, a new parklet directly in front of the project site, and they commissioned artists to create a statue labeling Taraval as the gateway to the Pacific. Moving on to the project site, this is a view of the Outer Taraval commercial block looking west from 45th Avenue. As you can see, what makes this location so special is that it's the only commercial block bordering the beach where the view of the ocean is unobstructed by the dunes. Onto the actual building. This is an older view of the property. The project is located in a 4-unit mixed-use building. It consists of 2 residential student units as well as 2 ground floor commercial units. When the building was purchased, it was completely run down, and one of the commercial units were rented to an illegal gambling club. Since then, we've removed the tenants and began work on renovations. Now taking a look at a rendering of the renovated building. It continues to be 4 units. However, we've doubled the footprint by expanding into the rear yard as well as increased the number of bedrooms from studio units to a 1- and 2-bedroom unit. This is a complete overhaul of the building with new plumbing, electrical framing, and foundation. And furthermore, we're putting considerable weight on the facade and storefronts with new stucco windows, doors, and lighting. Okay, it's hard to see. Okay, moving on to the actual business. The surf shop will be called Avenues. The branding initially speaks to the location of the shop, but also conveys a broader message to get outside and explore by whichever path or road you may take. Our core customers will be surfers. However, with a diverse product line, we are also targeting a wider audience in the coastal outdoor enthusiasts. Okay, here we take a look at a brief look at the product mix. We'll obviously be selling surfboards and accessories. However, we also offer backpacks and some light outdoor gear. Additionally, we are currently working on product design and development for an apparel line and a wetsuit bag. Lastly, we plan on showcasing the work of local artists and photographers. Throughout the store, our focus will be on art and utility, where design and quality materials take precedence. By placing a small coffee bar at the front of the surf shop, we plan to create a unique neighborhood retail experience. This will be the first surf shop with a coffee offering in San Francisco. What that gives the surfing community is a place to meet and interact. Usually when you go to surf shop, it's pretty quick. You go in, get what you need, and leave. This would encourage people to hang out, spend some time in the neighborhood, which is ultimately better for all businesses. Additionally, the coffee bar will serve a wider audience and help support the foundation of the business. Retail is still hard in the outer avenues with its relatively light foot traffic. Again, with limited commercial zoning versus the housing issue, residents are forced to drive or take a bus to a desired location. By providing 2 services in 1 unit, we give the neighborhood a multi-use destination. And last, As we take a look at menu items, here are the surface core food groups: coffee, breakfast burritos, acai bowls, and spam musubis. These are not definitive, but while we are planning for a full coffee and espresso offering, some to-go food items are also being considered, but all will be prepped offsite. And that's it.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Public comment, if there's public comment.
Good evening, Commission. I live on Taraville between 46th and 47th Avenues, and I've lived there since 1990. Though this conditional use application may represent a mere 2% increase of commercial frontage for food and drink, to me it represents part of an approximate 18% increase that has already been reallocated to food and drink in under a year. Plus, it's still unproven as to whether the 15.5% increase that was mentioned of 3657 Taraville that was approved last March, whether the neighborhood can support that since the property remains gutted and boarded up. It doesn't appear that anyone is looking at the gentrification of Lower Taraville Street as a whole. We are still working directly with DPW and SFMTA to correct the parking, traffic, and safety issues created by the Taraville Street Improvement Project, as well as having unresolved nuisance problems with existing food and drink establishments on the block and illegal and unauthorized construction going on. Now we have 3 coffee shops wanting to open up within a half-block radius of each other, which to me does not represent diversity in the types of goods and services available in the neighborhood that will complement each other. And from what I understand, there's only 1 out of those 3 that has a history of being a coffee business. We're dealing with a small commercial cluster in a highly residential area, total of 13 storefronts located between 47th Avenue to just slightly east of 46th Avenue, of which 10 of these storefronts, or 77% approximately, are already or somewhere in the process of being developed into food and drink establishments. And I just beg you to really consider what, if any, of these properties should be redesignated for food and drink that will be the best for the vitality and livability for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Zoe Duncan, and this procedures health issues that can lay down and preserved. I've been seeking into laws, going and trying to protect our neighborhood, and I haven't had no job to get into that process, and I think that this is one of our security reasons of Diamond Head. As also as a real slow process if I get my driver's license transfer because of money issues, and this has been a real problem with my payee, and it's been taken that it's been to an issue that I need more of a job to be in this process, and I want to lay this issue down, so I get to be proceeding more of this, health care issues and be more progress and job issues, and that this has been what you call plan from all the years I've been, 6 years of no treatment at all, and I'll come back and do these procedures, and it's been, really automatic, too quick, that nobody can, process these reams of medical processes in building and contracting and trying to maintain with America and make it better and it's been to where no procedures have been done to help out in the situation. And I've been, wondering why it has been like, an election that we make ship run and make everybody happy, that we haven't looked into the procedure, for, our health cares, and how we even stop a lot of these arguments and a lot of these killings and all these other things.
Okay, is there additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. And Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Choi, I just want to say thank you for taking the risk to try to open up a business that I think is going to be additive to the neighborhood. I like the fact that you recognize the retail landscape we have today, and you're augmenting it with something that, when maybe surf stuff, maybe you have a bad season, your coffee can actually bring it up. I think these are the kind of models that we need to be moving forward with creatively, because retail is definitely changing, and I think your project is wonderful. And when I'm out there, I'll stop by and see if you have anything in a size extra large. I move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Choi, if you just come to the mic a second. What's your favorite surf shop worldwide?
Worldwide, I'll go with Saturdays in New York City. I'm from New York originally. They actually started the whole coffee surf thing.
Okay.
And yeah, they've grown exponentially ever since. It's still a pretty new business, but I just like the urban mixed with the nature side of surfing.
And have they managed to create a little bit of community?
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit of a hangout
especially
spot?
in such an urban environment.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah. And that's your goal as well, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, in addition to surfers, I frequently walk at the Great Highway. I've noticed a lot more people in recent years in that area, walkers, bikers, surfers, and the fact that this establishment is going to be close as well as other establishments makes sense, because the bulk of the traffic is people who are walking along the Great Highway or involved in ocean activities. So having a variety of coffee shops choices makes for a richer neighborhood. So I think it's going to be a great addition, and happy to see the money that people are investing in some of the places along the Great Highway and making them into nicer looking homes, and so it's a win-win. So I'm very much in favor.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. And place this is on general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment tonight? Seeing none, general public comment is closed, and meeting is adjourned.